all stand and face the flag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank everyone for coming down tonight, taking your evening off to become part of your city government. It is my first privilege to read a proclamation regarding Roswell Reads Month. Then we'll hear a little presentation on that. Whereas reading is an activity of great value to all citizens of all ages and backgrounds, many communities across the nation have initiated citywide reading programs which have helped in building a greater sense of community, have promoted reading throughout the community, and have helped students understand that reading is important both in and out of school. And whereas the Historic and Cultural Affairs Division of the City of Roswell, in partnership with the Roswell Library, a part of the Fulton County Public Library System, Friends of Roswell Library, and many community volunteers have established Roswell Reads, a citywide reading program. And whereas additional support for the program has been provided by the Roswell Junior Women's Club, Roswell High School, Centennial High School, Friends of East Roswell Library, and Roswell Rotary Club. And whereas the committee has selected The Distance Between Us by Reina Grande to be read during the months of January through March 2015. And whereas there will be an array of book discussions, programs, and events centered around the selected book to enhance everyone's understanding and enjoyment of it during the months of February and March. And whereas there will be a literary luncheon featuring the author Reina Grande, and somebody pronounce that right when they come to the stand if I'm not, on Saturday, March 14th, 2015, as the final event of Roswell Reads 2015. Now, therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, hereby proclaim January and February as Roswell Reads months and call upon all of our citizens to recognize this special occurrence and participate in the reading program. And I would encourage those who haven't done this, this is, how many years is this, 6th or 7th? 10th. Time flies. I have raised my IQ several points by attending the literary luncheon, and a little bit of culture has worn off on me, so I'm sort of like a redneck gilded now. So it's a great pleasure to participate in this program. Can we have someone come us and give us some more details of the Roswell Reads program?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. As you said, it's our 10th anniversary of this program, and so I'm pleased to turn it over to the rest of the women of the Roswell Reads Committee to tell you more about it. Come on up.
Y'all just kind of line up behind me. Thank you, Mayor Wood and council members. We are grateful for all your support for the last 10 years. You have promoted us and given us venues to use, among other things. 10 years ago, a citizen named Ann Siebert emailed City Hall and said, why didn't we have one of those programs where all the community reads the same book and discusses it together? And Morgan Timmis emailed Lou Conte, who was then the manager of the Roswell Library, and the two of them and Karen Bearden, who was president of the Friends of the Library, got together and formed a committee, and here we all are. Here is our big committee this year. And those three entities, the city, the library, and the Friends of the Roswell Library, have continued to sponsor the Roswell Reads. It has become more popular each year. The committee has tried to include all the populations within the city. And this year we have selected The Distance Between Us, which is a memoir about a Mexican girl and her journey to live in the United States. And we hoped in this book to engage the Hispanic population in Roswell. And our community project is going to be helping the Star House in its after-school program. During these 10 years, representatives from both our high schools have been members of the committee. And this year, our author will speak to groups in Roswell High and Centennial High, as well as our literary luncheon on March 14th. We want to give each council member a copy of the book. And any members of the press, let us know who you are and we'll give you a press release. Thank you again very much.
Thank you. Let's have a hand for the Roswell Reads community who for 10 years of literary advancement in the city of Roswell. Look forward to it. Do I have a motion to approve Randy Schultz for the appointment to the Downtown Development Authority? Motion by Councilman Orleans. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Diamond. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orleans. All in favor, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Do we have a nomination for Mayor Pro Tem for the calendar year 2015? Councilmember Diamond.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we drew names out of a hat. No, it is, we go in roughly in order of seniority, and being our senior member, it is again time for Mr. Orleans to be in the barrel. So I would nominate Mr. Orleans to be Mayor Pro Tem for the coming year.
Councilmember Nancy Diamond nominates Councilmember Orleans to be Mayor Pro Tem for 2015. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's almost unanimous. That's 4 in favor. Councilman Orleans, are you voting or recusing yourself? We're gonna register council member as abstaining from that vote. That's absent his abstention. That is unanimous. For the record, Councilmember Eichelhardt is absent with an excuse tonight. And so we'll next turn to liaison, the Community Development Department, Councilmember Becky Wynn.
Personal privilege.
Yes.
Just like to commend Nancy Diamond for her year as Mayor Pro Tem and thank her for her hard work.
Let's have a hand for Nancy Diamond. She survived. The last council meeting I went to was over a month ago, and that's the longest I have been away from this council. And I didn't miss you. It was great having a month off.
Things went very well.
Nancy Diamond did a great job of running the city in my absence. So with that, we'll turn to Community Development Department Councilmember Liaison Becky Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I ditto that. Nancy did a great job this year. First thing on the agenda is approval of a resolution to create a City Green Advisory Committee. And who is presenting this is Ms. Wakefield.
Thank you. This is a request to create a City Green Advisory Committee. This committee, which is a 10-member committee made up of various stakeholders with interests in the community green, consisting of a representative from the Faces of War Veterans Committee, Wesley McCann, the Downtown Development Authority, the chairperson, Monica Hagwood, the Groveway Community Association, Charles Patterson, the Roswell Historic Merchants Association, Sally Johnson, the Memorial Day Committee, Representative David Young, the Roswell Arts Commission Chair, Rochelle Mocha, representing stakeholders and developers in the area would be Dave Smith, Recreation Commission Chair, Deborah Ewing, representing architects and landscaper, Eric Clemente, the Bike Roswell representative, Sam Contos, in the Roswell Historic Society, Representative Johanna Harn. This committee will work with the chosen consultant, the design consultant, to work on the master plan for the city green and the design plan.
Do we have a motion to approve the City Green Advisory Committee and the members?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Alice Wakefield and Kay Love for their hard work and helping get this committee set up. Motion to approve the City Green Advisory Committee as read by Ms. Wakefield.
Motion by Councilmember Nguyen. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember DiPolito. Any further discussion? Councilmember Price.
Have all these people agreed to serve?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. If you'll call the next agenda item, please.
Mr. Mayor, now, items 5 through 8. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, items 5 through 8 are asking for a deferral. It's the same applicant. Do you want me to go by those separately, or do you want to?
You can make a motion for all of them after you call them.
Okay, sir, that sounds like a winner. Okay, I'm going to call all of them together, Brad. So number
fine.
5 is RZ 2014-04026 with CV 2014-04029 and CU 014-404031. I just should say 73 Woodstock. Number 6 is RZ 2014-04025 74 Woodstock. The other one is, I'm not going to read all the numbers.
Just use
It's
the address.
84 Woodstock, and the 8th one is 86 Woodstock Road.
Correct.
And those all, the applicant is asking for a deferral on all four of those.
They're all adjacent properties on that'd be the west side of Woodstock Road.
All except for, I think, one or two.
73 is on the other side of
Yeah,
Woodstock.
73 is the only other one.
Just outside the historic district on Woodstock Street.
Correct.
Exactly.
There's a motion to defer. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Orleans. Is anyone here tonight on any of, to make comments regarding any of these Woodstock Road requests? Is anyone here who has any objection to a deferral tonight on these requests? Any further discussion by council?
That would be to the February 9th, 2015.
Yes, to February 9th council meeting.
Council
So if
meeting.
this motion passes tonight, it will be coming back on February 9th
Correct.
for a public hearing.
Correct.
Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. You'll call the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to let everybody kind of get caught up and get to our packet where we need to be. But the next one is RZ 2014-02562 and CV 2014-02563 Barrington Place, Land Lot 376, Spring Drive, King Street, and Marietta Highway. This item was deferred twice already on the November 10th and December 8th Mayor Council meeting, and is presented by Mr. Townsend.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nguyen. The proposed application has an existing zoning of RS-18. The original request from the applicant was for RTH. The applicant is requesting to allow for the development of 17 single-family lots. This is an aerial photograph of the property adjacent to 120 Marietta Highway, Spring Street. King Street is to the bottom of the aerial. The existing home is included in the subject property that they are proposing to develop. This gives you the zoning designations of the property. It is outside of the historic district. You can see a small office designation. Those are the existing homes that are on Marietta Highway. Then the RS-18 designation in the subdivision for this area. This is the proposed plan showing the 17 single-family homes. All of them are in excess of 4,000 square feet in size, most of them in excess of 6,000 square feet in size. Staff was recommending the RS4 designation instead of the RTH because that would allow for townhomes, but maintaining the subdivision to have the minimum lot sizes proposed in the proposed site plan. There are variances related to the RS4 dealing with front and side setbacks, moving from the RTH to RS4. The approval of the small lot RS4 is staff's recommendation for the proposed property. We did include numerous conditions, 5 of them that are included in your resolution this evening, if you have any questions.
What is the difference between the RS4 designation and the designation requested?
The RTH designation would allow for a townhouse development. The RS4 would only allow for single-family homes, and the minimum lot size would be 4,000 square feet.
So how would that affect the number of houses that could be built on this property?
It wouldn't change the site plan. Their site plan, as they're showing it, does meet the RS4 designation.
So with the RS4, the applicant could build the same number of
Single-family
homes on this lot?
Correct. There is a big jump between what is it currently zoned, the RS18, though, to the RS4.
And I'll be interested to hear from the applicant his position regarding the RS4 recommendation.
Okay.
Does the council have any other questions for staff? Thank you, sir. At this time, we'll hear from the applicant, and if the applicant could include among his comments his address on the recommended condition and zoning.
Good evening. My name is Den Webb, 1230 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia 30309. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce 2 folks who are here with me. The first is John Paulson. To his right is Danny Mitchell. Danny and John both own this property and are civil engineers for this project. I'd also like to note for the record that several weeks ago the applicant submitted legal and constitutional objections, and I have resubmitted a copy for the record tonight to Mr. Townsend, along with campaign disclosure forms for myself and my partner Catherine Zickert. I think most of you know where this property is. It's almost 4 acres, and it's at the southeast quadrant of Marietta Highway and Spring Road. As Mr. Townsend mentioned, it's basically vacant except for 1 house on the southern end, and it's owned RS18 now. There are a number of unique challenges for this site. As you can see from the aerial above you, it fronts a major thoroughfare. For those who know the site, there is a significant grade change from back to front. It's irregular in shape, and there's actually a spring in the northwest corner at the corner of Spring Street and Marietta Highway. It also abuts property that's used and zoned for non-residential uses now. The request as originally proposed was for the RTH category to allow for 17 single-family detached homes at a density of roughly 4.3 units per acre. As Mr. Townsend mentioned, the staff is requesting or suggesting that the zoning district be changed to RS4, which the applicant agrees to. As shown on the site plan, and I've got a copy here I can put up on the aerial. The primary access for this development is off of Spring Drive. You can see it in the middle of Spring Drive there. Just so you know, this plan is, at least to my view, a compromise plan. There were some meetings early on and before my involvement, and there were some changes recommended or suggested by staff, one of which was to reduce the density. I think the original density for this development was 21 units. It went to 20, and now it's at 17. The staff also suggested that the alleyway you see on King Street be added as well. So those changes were made to the site plan, but the site plan proposed under the RTH district meets all development requirements, and it's also consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city. As Mr. Townsend alluded, the staff is recommending approval of this application under the RS4 zoning district. It's actually that change in zoning that requires the 2 variances he noted. As I mentioned a second ago, the RTH plan requires no variances. Those variances relate to front and side yard setbacks, and of course the staff supports those variances as well. The Planning Commission heard this application in October. It followed the staff recommendation and recommended approval to the RS4 district, subject to the staff conditions. I'd like to I was not here when this application appeared before the council roughly a month ago. I was told that the application was deferred to allow for some meetings with some of the neighbors who I see over here. Just so you know, we had 3 meetings, and it wasn't easy to do given that we started on, I think, December 12th and had to do it during the Christmas holiday. So I certainly appreciate the cooperation of everyone. We met on several Sundays in the offices of Paulson Mitchell. We did our best. As on the development side, we came up with a number of different site plans under a number of different zoning districts with a number of different layouts. We considered all options, including concentrating the smaller lots along Marietta Highway and stepping up the lot size as we headed into the neighborhood. We also proposed splitting the zoning. In response to a number of the issues the neighbors raised, we came up with a set of 13 conditions as well to specifically address those. We were not able to reach any kind of consensus, however, although we certainly have some neighborhood support, and I hope you hear from those folks tonight. So I'm going to stop there. I'm happy to take any questions. I'd like to reserve whatever time I have left for rebuttal, and our request tonight is that the city follow the staff recommendation to rezone this property to the RS4 district, subject to the staff conditions.
Before you sit down,
Yeah.
on rebuttal is it needs to be rebuttal and not new evidence that is not in rebuttal of what might come from the floor. Given the number of people, that's going to be probably a pretty broad field, but recognize if I find you're plowing new ground that's not just rebuttal, I may call you out of order.
I understand.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, we may have some questions from council. Councilmember Price.
Can you explain on that picture what the 2 variances are, where they are affecting?
Well, they affect the front and side yard setbacks of the buildings proposed along Spring Drive and internal to the site. The front yard setback, I believe, under the RTH district is 10 feet. The side yard setback is the same. That setback changes under RS4 to 20 feet.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Wait, I don't understand that. The request is for an RS4.
Request is for RTH.
Okay, well,
Staff's recommendation is for RS4.
Our request is for RTH. We don't need a variance for that zoning district. The staff is requesting RS4. We'll accept that suggestion, but if we do, it requires the side and front yard setbacks that we just discussed.
but did I hear you say that the setback was 20 feet in the RS4?
I thought it was 15, but the slide he just showed said 20.
Or the packet says 15.
15.
Okay. Well, that's what
So-
I thought it was.
okay.
So we're reducing the side and front from 15 to 10 feet.
And that's, the primary street is Spring,
Yes, ma'am.
and
There's a local,
the side street, what's that mean?
it's the, well, for example, lot 2, I believe the front yard would be Spring Street, the side yard would be on the local street there, and you've got side yards for lots 3, 4, and 5, as well as the other lots as well. Those would be reduced from 15 to 10 feet.
So is there, so on the internal street, that doesn't require a variance?
My understanding is that every front and side yard requires a variance.
Every front and side yard,
Yes.
even though the internal road is not a primary street?
It's the primary access and street for those lots.
Okay, so all roads are primary streets,
Correct. Except for the alleys.
except for the
Alley.
alleys?
The alley in the back.
Okay, so RS4, the
Right.
minimum setback is 15.
Front
And the
setback
request
is-
is, if that were approved, it would be reduced to 10.
Their request is to allow that to be 10, correct.
Thank you.
Does any other council members have any questions for the applicant at this time? Thank you, sir. You'll have an opportunity for rebuttal after everyone has had an opportunity to speak. The council has time limits on the public speaking. Kay, if you'd explain the time limits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Each speaker will have 5 minutes. There's 3 lights on the podium, a green, a yellow, and a red light. There is a timer over here to my right. We'll start with 5 minutes. When you've reached a 2-minute left, the yellow light will go on, and when your time is over, the red light will go on.
So if you'd like to speak, raise your hands. Those folks who want to speak, maybe many of you, I'd like you to move to the front row. Who'd like to speak first? Yes, sir, come forward. If you'd like to speak next, move to the front row. I'll call on you first if you move to the front or the second row.
Hey. Hi, I'm Joe Piontek. I actually live at 2785 Roxburgh Drive, which is on the other side of Roswell. But I'm here to speak in behalf of my sister, who lives at 140 Spring Street. There's at Spring Road. At any rate, I was actually on the Planning Commission when this first came up. And when the staff had recommended rezoning it or changing the zoning from RTH to RS4. And at that time, I thought it was a good idea. There is a traffic issue there. Obviously, there's a lot of cut-through traffic going from Marietta Street over to cutting around through this neighborhood behind Barrington Hall to get over and get on their way down Roswell. But not allowing this zoning down to an RS4 would seem a little, while I do understand everyone's feeling here that it was RS18 and everybody wants to keep the character of where they originally moved into 30 years ago. But the reality is, if you look at a 93 map of this, there were no developments really being put in place. And now, recently, I actually lived in one of them. I lived in Heritage for a while. Azalea Point's what it's called. And that was an RS9. And then behind that, you have Enclave, which I think is an RS6. We approved something with RTH off of Pine Street in Chattahoochee. And then I was surprised to see there's actually an RM2. There's a multifamily tucked in there behind Enclave. I was surprised to even find that there. But the point is that we have allowed lots of different zonings in this historic area. What we asked for in the UDC and in the vision for 2030 that Nancy worked so hard on is different kinds of housing to be available to different sorts of people. And you know what Paulson Mitchell has recommended here, they are doing a nice job of staging it from Marietta Street back up to King Street so that they're seeing these large lot sizes closest to King Street and maybe some of the smaller lots down on Marietta and abutting the DX zoning there, that's the nursing care or adult living center. So I think they've done a really good job with this lot in getting in some different kinds of housing that is going to be under demand. That's a great area down there. We're trying to build these walkable communities, and these are very expensive houses from what I could see of it. I think that you all should probably approve the RS4 here, although I think the RTH was perfectly acceptable as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to speak next? Come forward.
Hi, my name is Angela Moore. I live at 165 King Street. My family is probably the family that will be most affected by this because this development adjoins me on two sides. It adjoins my entire side and rear property lines. I don't really have anything planned to say. I'm just going to speak kind of from my gut. My thoughts on it are, number one, that the developer has been very nice in meeting with us. Every request that I made, he was no problem, very easy to work with. He's been in business at the end of our street for like 15, 20 years. Very reputable person, has family in the area. The other thing that I just want to reiterate is that this property fronts on Marietta Highway, and it's a 5-lane highway. It's adjoining commercial, and just seems fair to me that this zoning is probably more in line with the size houses that we would want to see than the current zoning. The current zoning would allow for like 9,000 square foot houses, and all of our houses are like 1,200, 1,500 square feet. So I feel like it would conform better to what's in the neighborhood. I think it would be something very nice at the entrance into our subdivision. I think it would be something very nice at the entrance to the historic district, where currently, you know, it's very steep grade and it's covered in kudzu, and I've never seen a flower or a dogwood bloom back there. All I see is kudzu that's higher than my house, that's as tall as the trees. And it's not nice to drive home and drive by this junk. I'm not proud of the entrance into my subdivision. I'm not proud of the entrance into my city. Originally, when I was working with him, he talked about putting in sidewalks for us all the way to the square. Isn't that what we're about? Isn't that what this city is about? And he's offering to do that above and beyond what any rules, regulations, laws, ordinance require. He wants to build this beautiful little well house at the corner and try to preserve some history for the neighborhood, which I think is a wonderful idea. I don't think anyone would object to that. And I guess once again, I mean, my home will carry half of these lots on my property lines. I'm not objecting to it. The people on King Street, we're ecstatic about the thought of it being developed. You know, we back up to the snakes and the rats and the mess. I lay in bed at night. I can hear the traffic from Marietta Highway. I can hear the music coming from the square. It's not the country. This is the city. It's noisy, the traffic is fast, and the traffic is getting heavier and faster every day on King Street. He was offering to help us to try to do something about that. I just have a hard time understanding the opposition, because to me it's cut and dry. It's commercial, it's a highway, it's the steepest grade you could, and circumstances for development that you can come under. And he wants to build something beautiful, something nice, make it a part of our community, and we really need that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to speak next? Councilmember Price has a question. If you've got a minute, Angela, if you could come back. Councilmember Price had a question. If I don't see any hands up after Angela, we're going to close the public hearing.
I'm just curious, there's been some kind of loose discussion about your home and the next two homes. Is there any proposed or current business relationship with you and the applicant regarding any compensation or proposed sale to be part of that project?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Les Thomason. I am a resident at 145 Spring Drive. That's been my home for the last 17 years. I am one of several speakers who are representing a contingent of neighbors who have a different view than what we have heard thus far. Clearly, we've heard from the developers and their business interest has been described. We have heard from some of my neighbors who support development. We are now going to offer, again, a different view. Might be worth my taking just a quick moment to recognize the group that I'm speaking on their behalf, and that those that will follow me will do the same. Could I ask that they stand? It's this red shirt contingent here to my left. And very briefly, thank you group. Very briefly, if I can, I have some printed materials that I would like to share with you as well that we'll reference.
You can give those to our city administrator, and she can pass those out to the council.
Okay. Among the materials that you will find there is a petition. And this is a petition that is signed by 106 individuals representing 80-plus households from the area near the plot in question. What we saw just a moment ago was a subset of that group. We're talking about folks who are from the neighboring streets, and they have suggested in this petition that they are opposed to a rezoning of this property to RTH or RS4, and that instead they support maintaining the existing RS18 designation for the property as it lines Spring Drive. Further, that they're open to the possibility of an RS12 designation for what we might consider the interior of the plot. So, how will we represent their view this evening? As I've mentioned, I'm one of a few who will try to do that in parts. My part in this is perhaps considered setup and a bit of context. It's sort of like what's been happening nearly all day on ESPN, except that mine will be, of course, way shorter, and I don't have on the fancy suit. The second piece following mine will have to do with some zoning considerations that are part of the rezoning application. And as my neighbor, Becky Miller, talks about that, you will find that in summary, what she's trying to point out is that the plot is appropriately zoned as it stands today at RS18. Then we'll talk a little bit about some environmental factors, and that coming from another neighbor, Susan Tuck, also of Spring Drive. Susan is not going to suggest to you that somehow we can save the planet by what we do on this particular plot. But she will point out that we have an opportunity, a real opportunity, to demonstrate the kind of environmental stewardship that Roswell is known for. We would then move on to a chronicle of the discussion that we have had with the investors over the last couple of months. You've heard a portion of that. We would like to help to fill out that picture, and that will be done by Martha Harrell, also my neighbor. Finally, we would like to offer some closing remarks, and we've chosen an individual who speaks council language and can translate, if it's necessary, what we have said into terms that we hope will be understandable, and that's my neighbor, Terry Joyner. So that's the setup. I said I would also try some context. Let me see if I can move to that quickly. What is it that we are supporting? We have said that we're opposed to the zoning change. What do we support? We support the existing RS18 zoning for several reasons. Number one, it supports the kind of density that is complementary to nearby Bullock Hall and Barrington Hall. Two, it supports the kind of density that speaks well of the city at a critical gateway spot on the entrance from the west side into the historic district. And third, and not unimportant to us, for certain, it is something that allows for the kind of density that's characteristic of our neighborhood. Now, our neighborhood, while it doesn't have historic designation, we were not spared Sherman's torch. We're not nearly so old as that, but we do have some history. We are among the first, if not the first, neighborhoods in modern-day Roswell north of the river. So we say that there is something here that is density related that's worth preserving and that in fact influences the kind of area we live in. Density is a key theme. It relates to traffic, it relates to environmentals, noise, even quality of life. We say, and not stretching too much I hope, that lower density actually helps make our neighborhood what it is. We're asking for your support in protecting not just our neighborhood, but also this important bit of the gateway to the city. And we thank you for your attention. I'd like to turn it over to Becky if I could.
Hello, I'm Becky Miller from 121 Spring Drive. Try not to get too nervous and stay on point here. I've been living on Roswell Drive, gosh, about 10 years. One of the main reasons I moved there is because lower density and the suburban neighborhood. That is what the UDC and the comprehensive plan has called for. It was just instated last year, so it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed from the time that they bought the property. It hasn't changed now, and it seems to be a very good representation of what I understand the City Council to want and what I understand the UDC to want. So, in hitting with the requirements for the application for a rezoning, I'm going to just try to go in line with what the application was filled out. We strongly feel that the current zoning for the property is not in error. For this zoning to be approved, then the current zoning would need to be in error, and we do not feel that it is. The Development Code, the UDC, the Unified Development Code, and the Comprehensive Plan for the City of Roswell calls for this to be RS-18, suburban residential. If you look at the UDC map, you can see that all around this area, this is the area in question right here. Right here is Bullock Hall. Right here is all RS-18. It goes all the way down Spring Drive. If you come up the hill that's in question and you turn left and you go towards where they're talking about that you do have higher density, that's over next to Marietta Highway. And you do find some higher density there, but it's also right at the back of residential, high density residential, and it's the back of commercial property, and it's on Roswell Road. That's very different from what we have over in our neighborhood. And I do see the transition point over there. I don't see it over here. Over here is not what the UDC asked for. Over here is not what the comprehensive plan asked for. The current zoning for the property is RS-18, single-family residential. The property truly is an entrance to our community, as in our community on Spring Drive and King Drive and West Lake, I believe it is. In addition, the property is located directly across from Bullock Hall. You have a full view of this property from Bullock Hall. It's not kudzu. It's not whatever you do on this property. No, that doesn't come out very well. That is all hardwoods, and that is actually it's all hardwoods, and that is a pretty good grade there. But this is the view from the parking lot of Bullock Hall. So if you allow townhomes or if you allow high density right there, you're going to be looking right across at that from Bullock Hall. This is also the Greenway when you're coming up Willio, from Willio up that corridor. That's the corridor into the historic district. Right now it's very green. Even the residential property, I'm sorry, even the office property that we have right next to us, right here, that is in residential homes. That has the same setbacks that our homes has. Even up here where you have the assisted living business, you have a very large setback there. This is green all the way up through there, except for this one thing down the hill, which we really would not want to see there. That's what townhomes would give you. RS4 is not a whole lot different from that. It's just, it's too high a density for the area. We ask the council and the council members and the mayor to protect this area from Willio Road all the way up to Marietta Highway. It is a great corridor coming in, and it is very different from the route that you have coming in if you're coming up from City of Atlanta and if you're coming up Marietta Highway or Roswell Road, whichever term you want to call it. The 2030 Roswell plan, again, there's nothing, it's not wrong. The zoning is right. And that was just approved 7 months ago. Why is it wrong now? And the whole drive behind this is not that the zoning is wrong. The drive behind this is return on investment. The developer bought this property 6 years ago, I think. But it was zoned this high, this low of density at the same time he bought it as it is now. If you go higher density in there, you start cutting more trees. You go higher density in there, you start having less setbacks. You allow more of the land to be filled. The more land that is filled with homes, the less green you have, the less area you have to grade. And you start having, it's less green area. That affects the environment, that affects the density, it affects everything that we're trying to do.
You need to wrap up.
Okay, the property can be used as it is zoned now. It can provide exactly what they're saying. You can have the sidewalks, you can have beautiful houses, and you can do exactly what they're saying they want to provide. But it can be done under the current zoning. It does not have to be changed. There's no reason to change this zoning.
Who'd like to speak next?
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Tuck, and I also live on Spring Drive. Should I bring it? Okay. And I'm pointing out the environmental support of a lower density residential development. AmericanForest.org and the City of Roswell's planning staff combined efforts to create a regional ecosystem analysis. And this analysis calculated the value of the nature in the City of Roswell. The recommendations of the analysis was to find a balance that could be achieved between natural and built landscapes. The staff of the City of Roswell has had the tools needed to include trees in the decision-making process in conjunction with the City Green software and highly accurate green data layer by Landsat satellite imagery. The community leaders have been able to integrate green and gray infrastructure on a project-by-project basis. StreamStats is a web link provided by the U.S. Geological Survey that provides information such as, during rainfall, an estimated 23 to 25 acres of land drains into the stormwater stream that starts at the corner of Spring Drive and Marietta Highway. When mapped, the full 25 acres drains through Mr. Paulson's lot. Also, what can be mapped is 17% of the 25 acres of land is forested, and within this acreage, there is a 7% slope. What can be concluded is that because of the trees on this property, this land absorbs and infiltrates most of the rainfall. The rainfall then gets stored as groundwater, and the groundwater is recharged, and slowly this cleaner groundwater is released to our creeks and streams. This water is also released to our stormwater drainage system, and it's done via seeps or natural springs, and this property also contains a natural spring. The impact of the removal of the trees can, and with high probability, will cause additional water to flood the intersection of Willio and Azalea Road. This intersection just recently flooded 2 Sundays ago. It's expected to cause runoff, which further impacts our already overwhelmed creeks and streams, therefore increasing the City of Roswell and its residents' density costs. It'll increase the City of Roswell and the residents' costs due to stormwater management. The greatest complaint that the density that is being proposed here will cause too much traffic congestion. Current traffic during peak hours from 7 to 9 backs up from the light at the intersection of Highway 9 and Marietta Highway all the way down to Spring Drive or just past it. Traffic already speeds through our neighborhood in an effort to bypass this light. This creates a danger to our residents and our children enjoying walking or riding bikes on our streets. So this impacts our quality of life. There is also anticipation of increased density and traffic from other developments nearby, such as the Coleman Road residential development or the Pine Street development going on in our neighborhood. The additions of a higher density neighborhood would negatively impact not only the traffic congestion, but our local air quality and noise pollution. Cars sitting and idling in traffic will cause an increase in pollutants that negatively impact the local air quality. The ecoservice of the tree canopy that currently still stands are capable of sequestering carbons and other harmful particulates from the air and releasing oxygen. This helps our local air quality to improve. Therefore, there is great significance in keeping our urban forest and calling for some untouched green space. An acre of trees can create a noise barrier and reduce noise by up to 40%. Mr. Nate Stevenson of the U.S. Geological Study has been conducting research on the current data comparing the sequestration of carbons by older mature trees versus newly planted younger trees. This research by Nate Stevenson is being conducted with physical measurements and proving that the mature older trees actually grow larger in mass faster than the younger planted trees. Older mature trees are more massive and have larger carbon storage capability. Older mature tree canopies are significant. Tree canopies provide great benefits such as those I've already mentioned, but what's more interesting is the massive root systems below. These root systems provide natural erosion control and prevent runoff and erosion of Georgia's red clay. But there's more to that clay than most realize. The carbon that is sequestered from our trees and stored is also stored in greater amounts in the soil. And the grading of the soil actually releases these carbons into our air. The negative environmental footprint is larger with newer developments. The Atlanta Regional Committee 2040 Plans and Guidelines, together with the Roswell UDC 2030 Plans and Guidelines, claim that the mission is sustainability. The plan itself is believed to be the best path to achieve this goal. Please be reminded that according to the Roswell UDC, the Roswell 2030 Planning Committee and the City Council believe that an RS-18 is the best zoning for this property, and that our neighborhood was willing to compromise with Mr. Paulson at an RS 18 and an RS 12, provided he agreed to some of our concessions. Roswell needs developers to be conscientious and responsible, ones who can ensure positive development outcomes, to sustain our quality of life, and to balance environmental responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Martha Harrell, and I live at 109 Spring Drive in Roswell. The investor and his attorney have portrayed us as a group of neighbors that would not work with them. We disagree. I've been asked to speak to you about the commitment of the neighborhood to work with the investor to come up with a plan that works for the neighbors and for him. Mayor Wood, at the December 8th council meeting, you asked the investor, Mr. Paulson, if he was willing to budge from RTH RS4, and he said he was. After 4 meetings with the investor and his attorney, it's become very clear to us that he had no intention of moving from there. We met with the investor and his attorney 4 times on December 7th, 10th, 16th, and 22nd. They sent us 4 plans to look at over that time period. The neighbors met an additional 5 times amongst themselves, and a few of us had the privilege to walk the property with Councilwoman Price, excuse me. Our first meeting was the night before the December council meeting, December 7th. At this meeting, the attorney took charge and asked us, the neighbors, to tell him what was important to us in regards to the development. He wanted to know what our bottom line was. We were open and honest and he listed them on a flip chart. When we asked the investor to tell us what he wanted, what was his bottom line, he said he did not know. 2 days later, on December the 9th, we were sent a site plan with 12 lots that ranged in size from 6,300 to 12,300 square feet. A day after that, we met with the attorney on December the 10th for the second time. The attorney told us he had addressed all of our concerns. When we asked him what the rezoning would be that he would file for this plan, the attorney told us, and I quote, "Rezoning is not the issue." If it's not about rezoning, then why the need to have the lot be rezoned? December the 13th, we received 2 more plans via email from the investor, both with home lot sizes from 6,000 to 8,000 square feet, 18,000 square feet. On December the 16th, we met again with the investor to talk about these 2 plans and things that we liked about them and possible changes that could be made, and the attorney quickly told us that they were not offering those 2 plans to either one of those plans. They were not offering because they did not work for them financially. They would stay with the RS4 RTH. We asked them why they were sending us plans that they had no intent to implement. We did not get an answer. But Mr. Paulson was quick to jump in and say that they would take a look at a red line plan that Becky Miller had submitted and would submit another plan to us. On December the 19th, we received the other plan from the investor with 11 lots. They ranged from 13,000 square feet to 9,000 square feet. In the body of the email, the investor said that the plan did work functionally, but it did not appear to work for them from an economic standpoint. You can read it right there. But he also said that he would talk to us about this at the December 22nd meeting. We believe that the investor and the attorney never had an intention of changing the zoning request. I think their intent was to try to divide us as a neighborhood and pit us against each other. They also threatened us with, we're going to sue the city, someone will come in and build a Walmart there, et cetera, et cetera. They put on a show for us like they were trying to work with us, but whenever we showed an interest in one of the plans, they would pull it and say it was not an offer and it did not work for them financially. After receiving the December 19th email that said that this latest one also did not work, the neighbors got together and talked. Since the only plan that worked for them is the one that they have on record, we decided to have Terry Joyner go to the investor's office the morning of December the 22nd and let him know what our wishes were. For the property to remain RS18 along Spring Drive and that the interior lots could be RS12. Terry delivered the message. We also decided that a small delegation would go to the meeting on December the 22nd between the investor and the neighborhood. 4 neighbors went to him that night. The only zoning that works for him financially is RS4 or RTH. He says he has to protect his investment. We feel the same way too. We've invested a lot into our homes and our neighborhood. We too want to protect our investment. Our homes are our largest investment and our neighborhood is very special. We want to protect them, and we ask you to take that into consideration as you vote for us as you vote tonight. And we thank you for the privilege of being able to talk to y'all.
Thank you. Who'd like to speak next? Anyone else wish to speak? Terry Joyner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Terry Joyner, 302 Spring Drive. Let me first say I feel what you're feeling tonight. I have been in your position 21 years. I voted on a number of rezoning issues, hundreds and hundreds. This is not the worst rezoning that I've ever seen, but it tops the top 5 as far as spot zoning goes for this neighborhood. Let me tell you a little bit about this neighborhood. As it was pointed out earlier about R18 in this area here, Spring Drive, this entire area is alive and doing well. If you go down any of these streets now, I'll challenge you to find maybe 1 or 2 homes for sale. If you go over in this new area that's been developed off of Highway 9, there are a lot of those homes that have been for sale for a long time. That tells us something right there with what's going on with R18. The history of Spring Drive in this city goes back many, many, many years. Let me tell you about some of the people who grew up on Spring Drive and who lived on Spring Drive. We had a former mayor raise his family on Spring Drive. We've had 3 former council members raise their families on Spring Drive. We have a recreation director raise his family on Spring Drive. Former city administrator, Spring Drive. Former Recreation Commission chairman, Spring Drive. The Historical Preservation Commission, Spring Drive, raised his family. There's a lot of history on Spring Drive. It's been alive and doing well since the 50s. I've always taken pride in making a decision on how to vote on these issues. I could always go home at night, lay down in bed and go to sleep knowing I did the right thing, voted the right way for the citizens of Roswell. I'm asking each of you tonight, do the right thing. Vote no for this. Go home and get a good night's sleep. Thank you.
I'm not sure anybody in the audience can top that, but if you'd like to try, come, please raise your hand. We'll hear from you. Not seeing any hands up, we're going to close the public hearing portion of this meeting with the exception of hearing rebuttal from the applicant.
We hope the council does the right thing tonight as well, and we think the proposal before you is the right thing. Certainly, the applicant hopes to add to the generation of leaders in this community, but what folks want now is not necessarily what they wanted 50 years ago. I'm going to address some of the points that were raised in no particular order. The first thing I want to mention, and I've tried to make this clear, and I'm not sure anyone has heard this, we're not now, and we have never asked for townhomes. That has never been a part of this particular application. The RTH district was chosen for other reasons, but it allows single-family detached housing as well. I think that may have been one reason why the staff suggested we go to RS4 to sort of take the TH out of the discussion. But the TH has never been part of the discussion as far as we're concerned. We're requesting 17 single-family detached homes. The issue of stormwater management was mentioned. We've addressed that to some extent in the application. That will be looked at further as we go through the process, but certainly the point she raised about filtering and release will be addressed. There are requirements that must be met. They will be met, and the city engineer and arborist have already taken a preliminary review of the application, which again the staff has recommended approval of. Someone raised the issue of traffic. Under the RS18 zoning district, we could have 7 homes now, so we're actually only talking about an increase of 10 homes. I think it's also hard to argue that at least part of this property, the frontage on Marietta Highway, would support some non-residential use. There's OP that touches it right next door, and I think you could argue quite confidently for a non-residential use, at least along that frontage, which could certainly generate higher traffic than what we're proposing here. Ms. Miller tried to make the point that This application does not meet the requirements for rezoning. I just want to reiterate that's not what the staff said. There are 10 criteria the city looks at to determine whether or not a zoning application should be approved or denied. They reviewed each of those 10 and are recommending approval in this situation under the RS4 category. The issue of transition was raised. I think that's really the primary driver for this particular request. There is a logical transitory argument for this particular zoning. Again, the property fronts a 5-lane major highway. It is adjacent to non-residential property. There is a need to transition from that heavier, more intense use to the north to the lesser intense uses internal to the neighborhood. Someone or several people raised the issue of density and whether or not it's characteristic of the area. I won't try and duplicate what Mr. Chiante, the former member of the Planning Commission, said, but certainly our review of what's gone on in the city indicates that what we're requesting is not inconsistent. As he indicated, there have been other rezonings in the area to the RS6, RTH, and RM2 categories. And I think most importantly, this application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. What we're requesting, at least initially, fully comports with what the comp plan says now, and it also comports with what the city envisions for this particular area in the future. Mr. Joyner attended one of our meetings, I believe it may have been the second one, if I recall, at least the second one that I attended, and he made a comment to the effect of, look, we all know something's coming, and it's not going to be RS18. That's what we think. There are unique characteristics to this property: the frontage, the grade, the spring on the property, the irregular shape that indicate that RS18 will not work on this site, and we believe that the request we made is the most appropriate one. The staff agrees, the Planning Commission agrees, and we hope you agree as well. Thank you.
Does the council have any questions for the applicant? Any? Councilmember Price.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind expounding or showing us some evidence of when you said that it comports with the comprehensive plan.
Well, the comprehensive plan category is suburban residential, which allows the RTH zoning district. You know, the comp plan identifies what zoning districts are appropriate for what character area, and the RTH is appropriate for the suburban residential character area.
So you're saying just simply that it's residential?
Well, I'm saying that the comp plan lists certain districts that are appropriate and certain districts that aren't, and RTH is listed as appropriate for the character area this property is in right now.
Any other questions?
Yes, I wanted to know, the site plan shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 houses abutting Spring Drive. Now, what's the access to those houses? Where's the front door? Are they rear-loaded or?
There's been some discussion about that. My understanding is that each of those 7 homes, pardon me? The lots, I'm sorry, I'm new to reading glasses. I'm still trying to work on this. But lots 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 are alley loaded. Lot 2 and 1 are alley loaded as well. So we've talked a lot about.
So just let me get that straight then. So what you'd be seeing driving down Spring Drive would be the backyards, basically, backyards and side yards.
Well, I think it's going to look like the front of the house, but the vehicular access to the property will be from what for all practical purposes will be the rear. And that's something we talked about, by the way, with the neighbors. You know, I'm not going to try and recharacterize what Ms. Harrell said. She and I haven't agreed on anything since our first meeting, but we've talked about trying to orient these houses on Spring and on the local street so they look like the fronts on Spring or the fronts on the local. There are a lot of things we can do, and we were willing to do it. We just could never seem to get past point A on that. But the vehicular access for those 7 lots you mentioned will be what I think people driving by will think is the rear of the home.
So, and again, I get confused, which is the primary street and which is not. So if there's a setback allowed or the variance is approved for the setback on the primary street to go from, what was it, 15 feet to 10 feet, then that means you would be looking at the back side of a house 10 feet from the road for 7 houses along Spring Drive.
Those you're going to be looking at the front of the house along Spring Drive.
Okay, the front door.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha. So the garage is at the rear.
Correct.
But it's the front door looking it looks like the front door.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
it looks like the front of the house. Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Orleans.
Sorry, Mr. Weston, your reference to the comp plan, as far as RTH or RS4 being allowed in suburban residential, I think the very last part of the sentence in describing that says it's allowed only in exceptional situations. So I guess I'm trying to understand the exceptional situation in this particular case. And then also if you can comment on, I guess, and I wasn't here at the prior council meeting, but in reading the minutes, the idea was to leave here and try to work out some compromises, and the applicant indicated very willing. And then I guess comments on the 4 or 5 site plans that you submitted, revised site plans that were submitted to the neighbors, and then from what I'm gathering, immediately pulled. So I guess my conclusion or my thoughts would be what they've indicated, that you really didn't intend on changing from the RS4, or there was no way you were going to change from the RS4. So I'm just asking these different comments and thoughts from your perspective.
Okay, the first is the comp plan question. RTH is allowed as a right, period, end of story, in the suburban residential character area. That's what we submitted for. RS4 is what the staff has suggested, which we've agreed to. It is allowed under the suburban residential character area in exceptional circumstances. That language only applies to RS4. And my understanding is the staff believes exceptional circumstances are met here because this property abuts the historic district. That provides a circumstance that would justify their conclusion in the staff report that the zoning map amendment substantially conforms with the stated purpose and intent of the code and the comprehensive plan. You know, in terms of the neighbor meetings, you know, as I said to everybody up front, I'm not sure if I'm walking into a buzzsaw here. I mean, I got a phone call after the last city council meeting. I read the minutes of the planning commission meeting. I understood there was opposition, and I came into it with sort of no mindset at all. I wanted to try and find a practical solution to what was going on. So I did start with the board. What are your issues? And my goal was really to find a different way to get to where they wanted to be. And I wasn't hung up on the zoning district, and I'll get to that in a minute. That apparently is the biggest issue for many of these neighbors, just changing the name. But, you know, what I thought I was hearing was concern that what we were proposing, you know, wouldn't provide an adequate transition or wouldn't meet with what's in the neighborhood now. And I tried to come up with a way to, as I indicated, front load the smaller lots on Marietta Highway, because that's where it makes the most sense, and step up the lot size as you move south on Spring Drive so that the last lot is just like the one across the street. It's basically the same size. But the only way to do that, there's not enough flexibility in your code to do that under just any zoning district, so we had to stay with the RTH category. We could get to a different goal. We could achieve a number of the items that were listed on the sheet by the neighbors, but it still required the RTH district because the minimum lot size would have still been, you know, smaller than would have been allowed under RS 18 or 12 or 9 or 6. So I thought I had come up with a solution to get to the goal through a different end. But I was told, I was wrong. And ultimately, in my humble opinion, based as the guy who sat at the front of that room, people are afraid of the name. It's the RS-18 district. They're concerned that we're going to set some kind of a precedent for townhomes later on. I couldn't get anyone to understand that if we zone this property to a site plan, like the staff is recommending, all that can be built is what's there. I kept getting questions like, look, you know, we zone it to RTH now. What's going to prevent somebody later on from coming in and building townhomes? And I tried to explain, if it's zoned to the site plan, if we show single-family detached homes, that's all that can be built now, 5 years from now, 50 years from now, unless somebody files an application and comes back to the process. I don't think that message was heard. I talked about precedent. I don't think that this RTH will establish precedent. There are unique characteristics to this site that do not exist internal to the neighborhood. This site's on a 5-lane road. It's next to non-residential now. It's got a spring on the site. It's got 60 feet of drop from south to north, and on and on. So, you know, if someone wants to come in and say, hey, you let RTH in over there on that at Spring Street and Marietta Highway, I want it now deeper into the neighborhood, they're going to have to come in and not just show that that zoning was approved, but that they meet similar characteristics to this site. You know, we met with Ms. Wynn last week, and she mentioned that there had been an RTH, I think somewhere in the general area that the council had approved, but it was actually done more as a conservation subdivision. So that would not be precedent, just like this RTH wouldn't be precedent, because it was done to meet unique site specifications.
Any other questions that council may have? Councilmember Diamond.
Yes, sir. Do you have a builder yet?
No, we don't. I think we've talked a lot about that. There have been a lot of questions about that. Danny, John, and the other partner, Dan O'Neill, are perfectly competent and able to develop the property. They have the same ability to build it. You know, whether or not they do so has not yet been decided.
There's no elevations or house size or square footage, anything that you can give us a hint what it would be like?
No, but when we were meeting with the neighbors, as I indicated, we tried to put together a draft of 13 conditions that would address things like that. We just couldn't get past the RTH moniker. So no. I can tell you what we had proposed, which I think is still consistent with what the idea is. You know, we had a condition limiting the development to single-family detached homes, no attached homes or multifamily dwellings. That was stated in writing. The facades of each home shall be constructed of a combination of the following materials: brick, stone, wood, stucco, cedar shake, and masonry siding. No vinyl siding shall be allowed on any structures. Each dwelling unit shall have a 2-car garage with room in the driveway for 2 additional vehicles. We talked about fencing, abiding by the tree ordinance. We actually had a plan to try and spruce up the spring, to actually make it, you know, a public feature. I don't know whether you guys have seen it, but there's nothing particularly interesting about it now. We had come up with a concept plan to do something there as well. We agreed to create a mandatory homeowners association to maintain the stormwater management system, as well as common areas and things of that nature. So, you know, again, I'm not going to sit here and try and argue that we came to consensus. We didn't, but we did try. We really did. We came at it from every angle we could, and in my opinion, I think that the leaders of the neighborhood community just couldn't get past the idea of a different zoning district in name.
Does the council have any other questions? Thank you, sir. Oh, Councilmember Price.
So if this property were developed at an RS-18, which is compatible, or I guess it's what it is now, how many houses could be placed there, and what would be the restrictions?
Well, technically, you could build 7 homes under the RS-18 district. If you divide the square footage by the minimum lot size in that district, that's what you'd get. You know, there is no reasonable economic use at RS-18 for this property, though. You know, there's no demand for 18,000 square foot homes on 5-lane divided highways. There's no demand for 18,000 square foot properties next to offices and things of that nature. And that's why we focused on trying to transition from the more intense area to the less intense area to the south.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further discussion by council before we entertain a motion? Councilmember DePolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've driven all around this neighborhood and tried to get a sense of how this project would fit within that neighborhood. And I'm really struggling with that. And I've really taken a look at the questions that we use to analyze zonings, in particular item number 4, which says the zoning amendment will reinforce the existing planned character of the area. And I don't think this zoning does that. And it's really important for this piece of property to provide a proper entrance into this community. And I think it changes the character, so it's inconsistent with one of our criteria, which is item number 4. And also item number 10 that says the zoning map amendment will not have a significant adverse impact on property in the vicinity of the subject property. And I think it will have an adverse impact because these lots are significantly smaller than the ones immediately adjacent, as well as the ones across the street. So I do think there is a need for transition from 120. I think that transition needs to occur at Marietta Highway and not creep into the neighborhood because it negatively impacts the neighborhood, so I do not support this zoning.
Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I have Mr. Joyner come to the microphone? Terry, I want to ask you a question. I'm assuming you're the speaker of the group.
I was the closer.
Yes, and I know you better too. I know you better too. Hearing you speak and the rest of your neighbors, you know, I'm having difficulty with this RS4 also, but I'm also having difficulty keeping it as an RS18. So I'm kind of looking at a compromise like an RS12. So I'd like to kind of get a feel of what you think Spring, you know, your Spring Street neighbors would think if this was zoned as an RS12.
We looked at 12, and if you go to the far end of King Street, you'll find some 12 in that area. And the homes were developed, they were sold right away, and it worked out real well. I think the big thing is going to be the density as to how many homes you could put in there at 12.
Well,
And
I would. I'm
Just for
trying to
the
get a-
audience, if staff could tell us what the density, the number of units RS 18, 12, 14, and 4 are, just so they get the full range here. So we're not talking in
Now, see, Terry,
government acronyms.
if y'all don't know, I took Terry's open seat, so that's how come I made him get up here and do this. But anyway, what would be your feeling? Do you have a feel for your neighbors? What if we did some type of a compromise on the zoning?
and you're putting me on the spot. I've been out of town for 2 weeks, and I just got back in,
I
and
can't
I
help if
haven't
you're down in
attended
Florida fishing, honey.
any of the
To
meetings
cut
that
to
they
the
have
chase,
had.
when I asked this question, I was told RS 18 was at 18,000 square feet, RS 12 was at 12,000 square feet, RS 4 was approximately 4,000 square feet, and then there was townhouses. So I'm sure that's not exactly accurate because it depends on the street and how much you can put in, but roughly it's 18, 12.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I'm looking at
I
is
wish the
12,000
developer
square
would have
feet.
came to us with a plan at R12 and showed us what they could do.
But I'm just, okay, so you think that, okay, because I would have to kind of word what I want to say in this motion anyway.
Well, as I said earlier, there's going to be something to go on that property. We all understand that.
Right.
But something that would fit in the neighborhood is the only thing we're asking for.
And you think that RS12 would be, you'll be comfortable with an RS12 if I did that? If I did it. I'm not saying I am, but if I did that, that an RS12 rezoning on this property, you would be comfortable with that?
I am, yeah, so you've put me on the spot, and I don't want to speak for all these people out here because I have not attended the last 2 weeks of meetings they've had. And if we
Can
could
I see
call
some
on maybe
bids?
1 or 2 of them to come up.
No, I didn't, no, not really. I got my answer. I see him over there. Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks, Terry. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion before we take a vote? Councilmember Price.
Yeah, I want to clarify what a couple people were talking about, transitioning to the highway and putting more density at the highway. Is that area at the road, though, not pretty much unbuildable just due to the spring and the terrain? And it looked like, even on your plan, there was nothing to be built there other than the detention area. So I'm just trying to make sure that there's not some plan out there that would allow a more denser development at the road and then, you know, leave the remaining at RS 18 or something like that. But it's my, and I've walked the property, got quite a workout one day with about half dozen of the neighbors, and it was a chilly day. But anyway, walking that area closest to the road, I mean, that was pretty steep and pretty difficult. And of course, the grade up the rest of the way is also very steep. So it's almost like there's several different areas that could be handled differently. But in any case, is there any sense that there actually could be something built at the road?
Is that who is the question addressed to?
I guess the developer.
The frontage is the low point of the site. You know, it also has the spring, as you mentioned. It is the logical place for several reasons for the detention, but the hope was to actually also to make it more of a green feature by doing something with the spring, making it, you know, park-like in its setting. But, you know, there are practical and functional reasons to locate the detention in that area, and that's.
I guess the question was, is would you anticipate under any plan any residential structures fronting on that highway?
No, and that's why we're here, because it doesn't make sense to have residential structures on the highway. We want to push them back because nobody wants to be
Councilmember Price,
there.
does that answer your question?
Partly, and then my other question would be, if that were a detention area, though, would it remain in its natural state, or would it be a concave bowl?
It would have to be improved. I mean, it would be there would be detention created, but the idea was to make it, you know, an aesthetic feature that would complement, you know, the spring, which is basically to its west.
Any other questions? Or good discussion? This is Councilmember Diamond.
This is a really hard one, and I don't want people to get the idea in their mind of what's going to happen either way, whatever way this goes, by what you're hearing, because I think some of it may not be exactly as you think. I think it's important to know the UDC zoning categories that are on the map. We followed exactly what was already on the map. So there was no real discussion about should we increase the density on this property, or is that appropriate? So that discussion really didn't happen in that form. We knew we had been through the comprehensive plan, and we saw a lot of places where we need to look at. I'm not saying this is necessarily was in that list, but there are a number of transition areas where we knew we'd have to look at it, and I do think that 18 probably is not realistic here. And I think it's important to know that even at 18, it's not going to be the green field that it is now. I've built 3 new homes in Roswell, and none of them had a tree when they got ready to build. And, you know, I had one that was 3/4 of an acre. It doesn't really, it has more to do with the topography. And given this one, I think you're going to see that that's going to be, you know, will certainly require trees to be planted back. But I don't want anybody to think an RS-18 is going to give you a forest back there or keep a forest back there. At the same time, I have concerns that if you go too big a lot, you're going to have huge houses on them. And without any way to know what the square footage is, I would hate for it to be this out of scale size home either. I have real concerns about that, how that is. So, and I don't know how to reconcile the differences between some neighbors' experience with the developer and others. You know, I've heard from a few neighbors who either liked it or didn't have a problem with it, but didn't feel comfortable speaking because it's become, you know, obviously a contentious issue in the neighborhood. But overall, I guess to me, there's some place in between 18 and 4. When we look at exceptional situations, to me, it's not about where it is, it's about how great the development is. How special is it that we just want to have it there and we can't get it in any other way? And without any kind of idea what the houses are going to look like, what the landscape's going to, I mean, we just have no clue whether it's going to be, it may be exceptional. It may be something that, you know, if we had a rendering, we'd say, this is incredible, we need this. But I'm just not seeing anything that rises to the level of making that big a jump. So I guess all that to say, I'm still waffling here, but I'm having trouble with 4.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, sir, I think we are. I want to commend the neighbors and the applicant for trying to get together and working this out. I know it's a difficult site to develop. I understand that. But I also understand that with the UDC, we were looking at areas that's going to be compatible with the existing neighborhoods. RS-18 I don't think is really where we should be at on this one, but that's what it was already zoned for. So this is the motion I'm going to be making. The developer has asked for an RTH zoning on this piece of property. My suggestion, my motion would be to zone this at RS-12 with the understanding that the site plan would come back to the mayor and council for approval. This would not be just a rubber stamped RS-12, because doing it this way, it's open to variances and conditions and whatever else. So my motion is an RS-12 zoning on this piece of property with the site plan, variances, conditions to come back to mayor and council for approval.
Mr. Davidson, is that an acceptable condition under the law?
Well, it's going to depend on the site plan, but she could make them come back with a site plan, so that's fine. And the other stuff will be up to the developer, whether they have variances, so it's fine.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Wynn to approve it at RS-12, conditioned upon the site plan coming back to council for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Orleans. Any further discussion? Councilmember Price.
At an RS-12, would this configuration with the internal private streets and alleys, et cetera, even be feasible, or would it be so different that we'd have a whole lot of other considerations? And has the developer even looked at the proposed 12?
Does the developer believe, or his attorney believe they can answer that question? And if so, would be good to...
Or are they interested in doing that?
I'm not sure they're interested in doing it as a question, but the question is, I think your question was, would the site plan change at RS-12?
The developer has looked at RS-12. There's not a single zoning district in the city of Roswell we have not looked at. RS-12 doesn't work. It's the functional equivalent of RS-18, given the site characteristics that I've talked about already. Somebody mentioned earlier that there was a property in the area that was also RS-12, and it makes sense for that reason to rezone this property to the same district. But that property was actually rezoned after it was developed. And my understanding is that those lots are 8,300 square feet. So each one of the homes in that RS-12 development is a non-conforming lot of record, which will, at some point, I suspect, present some interesting questions for you. But no, RS-12 does not work. It is the functional equivalent of an RS-18. If you're going to deny RS-18, we would prefer that you not pursue RS-12, because that doesn't get us where we need to be.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or discussion before we take a vote? Any other discussion before we take a vote? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's Councilmember Orleans, Councilmember Wynn, Councilmember Diamond. All opposed?
No, I'm a for.
That Councilmember Price is in favor of the motion. Mr. DiPolito, are you voting? All opposed? Mr. DiPolito is opposed. The motion for RS-12, conditioned upon coming back, passes 4-1. I want to thank everyone who appeared tonight, everyone who made an effort to resolve this. It's good to see that Spring Drive is doing well. I did not grow up in Spring Drive, but when I used to trick or treat, and that's not as apparent, Spring Drive was the premier neighborhood in Roswell, because that's where you got the most loot. And so that's where I trick or treated. And I still think Spring Drive is one of the premier neighborhoods. Councilmember Price, anything you'd like to add?
Well, yes, I just wanted to make sure that, were there any other corollary motions or amendments or conditions with that, or is it a straight RS-12?
That motion has passed 4-1.
Is there an additional motion that any of these conditions would prevail?
There is no, that would require a whole nother hearing, and we're not reopening this issue. That motion passed 4-1. The folks who came here tonight are welcome to stay all night, or you can leave now, but if you'll leave and close the doors behind you, we have another group of red shirts who also want to go home. So hold your conversation until you get outside. And Brad, you can begin the presentation on the next issue.
Yeah, and the game starts in 2 minutes, guys.
Please leave the room before you continue your conversation.
The next item, CU 201403486 and CV 2014-03494-1240 Alpharetta Street, Stein Investment Group. And this item was deferred at the December 8th Mayor and Council meeting, and Mr. Townsend will be presenting.
This is a approval for a new storage facility, approximately 51,000 square feet. There's an existing over 111,000 square feet to remain. This is the location at 1240 Alpharetta Street, across from the new elementary school. This is the existing location that has the U-Haul and storage building in the back. It connects from Alpharetta Street back to Strickland. This yellow indicates the original site plan what was being proposed as new buildings and would be addition to the front. Removes the parking area for the U-Haul for that location. Builds a new building to the back and adjacent to the stream. This is the revised site plan submitted by the applicant, showing a better connectivity to the street, still providing some parking adjacent to Alpharetta Street. They moved the one self-storage building that was to the north back to about 24 feet from the front property line. This is a landscaping plan that was supplied late to staff. It's not in the back of your package. This was supplied to staff yesterday? Friday? Yes, that's on Friday. And staff included it in the PowerPoint showing the landscaping area and the pedestrian walkways that are adjacent to Alpharetta Highway. Staff recommend, or Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions that are included in your resolution this evening. There are 3 variances dealing with amenity space, but they've changed related to transparency as well as moving the building back. They no longer meet the build-to zone dealing with the shop front for those buildings, and the Strickland variance remains the same because there are no changes to that area. Staff had recommended denial of the 2 buildings, but now that we have a new site plan, that's been amended in dealing with that. So staff would recommend approval of the variances that allow for the new site plan and the 10 conditions that are included in your staff report and the variance. So if you have any questions.
Do we have Councilmember Diamond?
Thank you, Brad. Do you have, and it seems like we added some more green space on the north side of the property. And
Yes.
we were going to recalculate the variance needed on that from 13. Do we have a new number?
Councilmember Diamond is indicating is this is all parking at this point. They're showing a line, I believe, in this location, which this now becomes landscaping. I did not do a calculation of how much addition that would be.
Do we think that's, I mean, we were asking for 13%. It looks like you're not going to need, you're going to be closer to 20, but I can't tell how close that is.
I don't know how close you get to 20 now. Pretty close. 18. There's. Well, they're saying 15, now I'm hearing 18. I believe they're probably still about 5% short.
And what's your administrative variance ability on that?
Ooh, I don't know.
I'm so excited I asked a question that either of you don't know off the top of your head. It's very hard to stump you guys.
Hard to stump Jeff.
Yes.
I am currently not granted the authority to grant administrative variances on open space.
I was thinking we did 5%. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Townsend, can you show that landscape plan again that was submitted later? The colored rendering? Yeah. Is this the plan that is being proposed versus what we have in our packets? Because I like this one a whole lot better. I'm getting a nod from the applicant. It's mostly hardscape and landscaping, but I think contextually it makes a huge difference to how the buildings are presented to the street. So I guess.
I think the
we'll
biggest
hear-
change I see is in the front of the other building. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there's,
Right.
it's primarily the building that's closest to the street, but there's also some additional landscaping and hardscaping that they put in throughout that doesn't really show up on the plans in our packet. So,
Right.
I would recommend that.
You can include
since-
this as part of a condition in that this is the plan that gets approved.
Right, this portion, I guess, gets substituted for the plans that are in our packet, since this was done at a later date. You know,
Okay.
Is that Brad, is that one stamped, like, on a receiving, so I can
I think
specify?
I think you'll probably, in the
Or just
resolution, take condition number 1 and just add a statement that the frontage landscape plan dated 1/8/2015 be part of the approval.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councilmember Price.
Now, the portion of the building that says building modification, that's an actual addition to the existing building. Is it not? It's not a modification, but an addition?
The current building that's like the additional area that's being added to the existing building.
Okay, so that, what, if you drive by,
That part's not there.
you can see a portion that's up towards the road.
Correct.
And
This
it's
part-
not going to go any closer than that.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Hill. My address is 3343 Peachtree Road, and I am here representing the applicant. I'm going to do a brief recap from where we were last time and what our request is. The picture you see here is the frontage of the property. I think a question that was asked was what's going to happen to the front. There is going to be a renovation of the entire front facade. It's not going to be brought closer to the street, but the frontage will be squared off. There's currently an existing trailer hitch back there that will be removed. The applicant will continue to have a U-Haul storage business there, but the U-Haul operation that they have is really not the same as the operation today. You can see from these photos here that there are a lot of U-Haul trucks that are parked in front of the property. In lieu of providing the trucks there, there'll be a smaller number, but they'll be provided at the rear of the site, so they won't be visible. One of the additional changes that we made going to putting the trucks at the rear of the site is to add some landscaping along the eastern portion of the site where it abuts the Dairy Queen, and that is what Mr. Townsend was referring to earlier. It doesn't show up as well in the site plan because the site plan has an underlay of the prior survey that shows parking striping there. But the landscape plan that was submitted with the overall application does show landscaping through here. So there'll be a visual screen for that back track area. The variance that we're asking for with regard to the outdoor amenity area, that is a 20% requirement. We were at 13%. With the changes that we've made, we are at 15% now. So we're moving up, but still aren't quite there. I would like to point out that the rear portion of the site, this rear portion back here, which is all stream buffer, we can't count. I think that's at least 12 to 15% of the site. So we're well in excess, but we have a large area that we cannot count. Just again, going through the request, we are asking for a storage use on the site. There's been one on the site since 1994. We are expanding that use, keeping an existing building along Strickland right here, adding a new storage building here, keeping this storage building here and modifying the front, and then adding a new storage building along Alpharetta Street, as well as a small liner building here along Strickland. There are currently automobile uses on the site. Those will all be removed. So this will be solely storage with some retail opportunity along the front at Alpharetta Street. Just some additional changes that we're making. There is currently a large monument sign on the property. It's very tall. One of the staff's conditions requires that we remove it. There was some discussion at the last meeting about whether we could have an alternative monument sign, but with the advice from the city attorney determined that was not going to happen. So we've abandoned our quest for a monument sign, and we'll agree with staff's condition on that. We have moved the building back along Alpharetta Street. We originally proposed this new building to go up to the build-to zone, which is between 10 and 5 feet. We can put it up there. The topography will allow it to be there, but aesthetically, when you look at that building sticking out and then this existing building all the way in the back, it just aesthetically doesn't look that great. So what we proposed to do instead was kind of create this, bring the sidewalk to the building type of environment where we have, and I'll let Jason Linscott explain that a little bit more, but where we have a system of walkways that really bring people into the site, into a better sidewalk than what you would otherwise find on Alpharetta Street. We did look at moving the building up to the street, the existing building that is on Alpharetta Street. Again, the same issues that we expressed before are problematic. There is an 8-foot drop. It's 8 feet on this end and goes down to 1 feet on that end. So you've got a slanted topography there, in addition to, we're only allowed a 1-story building. So if you move the building up to the street, the back portion is down and you've got a couple feet above grade at certain points. So it just was not viable for what is being proposed here. If we were developing the site starting fresh and not using the existing buildings, then I think it would be a different story. But I think that speaks to the hardship that we have here, is that we are using what is currently there and really dressing it up, we think. We are amenable to all of the staff's conditions. I would make one modification to number 10, which I expressed last time and I think is amenable to staff as well. There is a requirement in the staff's conditions to have storefront along this entire building, the new building, along the parking lot, the frontage, and then all along the eastern property line. We would provide that up to the gate area, which is located here, and then go around along the frontage and then to get the gate back there. Nobody's going to see this area in here inside the storage facility. And similarly, this area here is several feet above the Dairy Queen, which is next door. It's not accessible, so having a storefront capability there, it's not going to be accessed by anybody. Let's see if I'm missing anything. But I'm actually going to let Jason Linscott speak a little bit about the changes that we made to the frontage. Going to Councilmember DiPolito's question about the landscape plan that was submitted, we are amenable to having that be an additional condition and to abide by that landscape plan for the frontage. That was the result of some work trying to figure out a compromise to not have to pull the building up to the street just because the topography did not support it.
Councilmember Wynn.
Mr. Townsend, on number 10, what she is describing to do the storefront from, I guess, exterior gate to exterior, from gate to gate, are you comfortable with that?
Fine.
So come up with some wording for me before I make my motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Okay. You want to come on up? You want the plan? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jason Linscott, 5607 Glenridge Drive. I think Jessica hit most of the points. I think overall, first of all, I want to make sure there's a couple of folks who weren't here in the last meeting. Some there were, but I think the perception of say a self-storage business, our business and what we do and what we will do on this property is significantly different than what you see there now. We're not a primary U-Haul operation. It's more of a customer service sort of the exposure on their website. It's not something we do to promote our site necessarily. We have more of a retail focused self-storage. It's a little nicer, has a better feel, nicer retail. We call it a store, not necessarily a storage office. It just has a different feel. So I want to make sure everyone sort of understands that general feeling. No, the color elevation. I've got one if you don't.
Yeah, go ahead and put yours up.
So, and I think this process has been good. We've worked through a bunch of scenarios here on the front of the property, trying to sort of. I mean, I think everyone's goal, including ours, is to improve the streetscape of Alpharetta Street there, and I think we've addressed that with this landscaping plan. This is sort of the transformation of what we are intending. So this is the front area that you asked about with the building that we're replacing. This is what we're replacing it with. So this is the width of the current building. I'm sorry. The front of the building sort of, you notice, sure. If you notice, it sort of juts out here. As Brad mentioned, we're going to remove this little appendage here on the front of the building and then replace that with the entire front of the building. One exception here. This is actually a place where they replace trailer hitches and things like that. That's not part of our business, so we won't do that. So the building will extend the width of this building, and this is the elevation that we had submitted. Sure.
Question.
So on this, what you're showing us right now, there's still another extension of the building not showing?
No, this dimension here, if you can see what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
This dimension here, the entire building, is the exact same dimension as from right here to right here.
So you're saying that's going to be removed, or?
This?
No, to the left, the
Oh,
X.
yeah, this is removed. It's actually only about 20 feet deep. It looks, from this photo, it looks like it might go deep. It's
Okay,
only
so
20
it-
feet deep.
so it goes away.
Right. It's like
Okay.
a garage bay.
All right. Not an existing continuing business?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
May I continue with the question?
Yes.
So the other new building, and that's the thing that really bothers me, and overall, I'm very excited at the improvements, to the streetscape and the improvements to your business, but I'm concerned about that new building. Is it also the one, to the north, northwest? Is it going to look like what you just showed us, matching, or what?
Yes, it's going to be consistent with the same architectural facade. We're trying to sort of tie it all in together.
Now, when I drive up and down that street, just with the topography, I try to imagine that building there.
Mhm.
And I know we've got some obsession with bringing stuff up to the street, which along that highway, I don't know in the long run is really going to make a whole lot of difference. There's a lot of existing businesses that probably won't be replaced in most of our lifetimes or even our children's. But just the same, I know that there's even a variance to put it as far back as it is showing here. I still think it's going to be an eyesore, especially if it's only half-dressed. And I'm just wondering if it were back another, 10, 20 feet, would that have impact on your overall flow?
Just so I understand, are you saying if you go with the proposed site plan moving, are you talking about moving it further back from the street than as proposed, or further back from the street than is? I'm not sure.
Well, I'm looking at that little dip in the blue down there.
All right,
If
let's draw it on the map so we can all understand.
So if that building were down in that little blue dip at the back of the building?
Just first of all, show us what, I think you've changed from this site plan. Show us what your current proposal is.
This is the current site plan. I'm not clear if you're speaking about, I don't know if you can see my finger. If you're speaking about this new building?
Yes.
Okay. What we did, I guess after the last council, or initially after the, what's the development? Sorry, I'm forgetting my TLAs, my three-letter acronyms. The RDP?
Build-to zone?
Anyways, the build-to zone is 5 to 10 feet, so we had put it up there to meet that build-to zone. Since the last council meeting, that point was brought up. So what we did was we pushed it back. It's about 20 feet here and 24 feet here. We would be amenable to pushing it back a little further. I don't think it affects. I agreed that when it was up at 5 and 10 feet, when we were trying to meet that requirement, I think it sort of almost had a Pinocchio kind of effect,
Right.
sort of sticks out a little, especially with the Dairy Queen sitting back, which I don't think will go anywhere for a very long time. And then this building, which is existing, sitting not quite as back far as the Dairy Queen, but it sort of stuck out.
This is what I would like to hear from you, and I'm not sure what the council's going to do, because they can grant whatever variance. But I would like to hear from you, what would be your preference? Or do you have one?
To move it back or leave it as is?
Yes. When I
would
say
be-
move it back, on the site plan that we're currently here, would your preference need to be to leave it where it is or move it even further back?
I think moving it back would probably be my preference.
All right, and tell us where you'd like to move it back to, and then we'll see if council wishes to consider that.
Well, I think, so the current building is, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, 64 feet here. You know, the road starts to come in a little bit, so if you did that, you'd be back further, but maybe it shouldn't be quite that far. What I'd like to do is, I don't want to ruin what we were trying to accomplish.
Well, I'm not trying to ruin anything, but there have been proposals made to change things, and I would like to at least understand your preference before council designs this thing completely.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. What I want to do is just understand, or make sure everyone understands how that would impact what we're doing here, which was trying to, you know, the goal of it was to bring the street to the building. I would be okay with moving this back. You know, I think moving it back, this is 24 feet.
What would be your preference? Okay is different than your preference.
Moving it back would be the preference.
How far?
It's a hard question to answer.
Well, council's going to, may impose a condition tonight.
Pick a number. 50 feet.
No more than 20.
No, I think 20 feet at
your preference would
most.
you would be, if you could pick your setback, it would be 20 feet from the right of way.
Well, it's 20 feet now.
20 feet.
40. So 40.
40 feet from the right of way.
Correct.
All right. I now understand your preference. We'll see what the council's preference is. But they should, you know, I think it's appropriate to at least hear from you.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you all for all the hard work you put into this. There's been a lot of discussion and spirited debate about how this ought to look, and I appreciate all your efforts. I think there's a rationale for why the building is where it is, and we could slide it back a little bit, but then if you slide it back, you're further from the street, trying to create a pedestrian environment along Alpharetta Highway, trying to get access to the storefront. If you push it back another 20 feet, then you're that much further back from the street. So, you know, after all the hard work you put into trying to lay this out and make it feel pedestrian, how would you treat that other 20 feet?
That's exactly the feeling I was trying to convey.
I think you create an issue by pushing it back, and you kind of defeat what you've accomplished here. So unless you have an idea of how you would do that, I wouldn't be too hasty to start moving things around.
Yeah.
So that's more of a comment, but
Sure.
it's sort of a question as well.
I think that would take some additional planning, but, you know, it would be some combination of landscape and hardscape that we would have to come up with to fill that area and try and continue to make it feel like it's connected to the street and not pushed back too far. But
let me ask the question for Brad. If we approve it as shown on this overhead, and the applicant wishes to come back with a modified plan, what would be the process? Could that be a simple site plan amendment? I'm assuming we wouldn't have to rezone. But you tell me, if the council, if he wants to come back with an alternate proposal for this council to consider after tonight, is that possible?
Yes, that is possible.
And what would it take as far as hearings?
It really depends on the latitude the council provides.
Well, if the council
in
wants to
tying
give him the latitude, what would the
tying
motion
site
sound
plan.
like?
If the council wants to say that new building to the north can be adjusted between 24 and 44 feet.
I'm assuming it would be subject to council approval. It would have to come back to council, but I'm trying to say, can it come back to council without a full-blown rezoning hearing? If council wants to he doesn't know exactly what he wants to do. Right. Council doesn't want to approve it probably before they know what he wants to do. I'm just trying to build in a little flexibility here.
I think the difficulty is how do we advertise something to come back?
That's why I'm asking you.
Chair. Yeah, I appreciate what you've done from the last meeting and the changes you've made. And I think the 5 feet or so was tight, and I think this does a good job of moving back a little bit, which is I think you said 21 and 24 feet on this landscaping diagram above. So I think by making this one of the conditions, and with that movement, I think it works out well, and I think that would be acceptable from the UDC to kind of fitting it into your site plan and the other building. And I think making the look of it similar to the new look on your larger building, I think will work out really well. So appreciate what you've done in trying to work with this site, because it is a tough site, and you're making some good improvements to it for us on Alpharetta Highway. So I'd be more than willing to go with this site plan.
All right, we have not had a public hearing yet. Any further discussion before we hear from the public? Councilmember Ippolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually had a couple questions about some of the conditions. I'm not sure whether these are staff questions or applicant questions, so you all might want to just stay there for a minute. Item number 7, we talk about a 10-foot wide trail along the creek, but there's no mention of what that material will be. Is that accessible to adjoining properties? Is there an easement provided to the city? I think those are all important items. Has there been any thought given to that, either by the applicant or from staff?
I can tell you what we probably imagined or envisioned, but I'm not sure if there's a standard trail requirement. You know, I think it kind of at the moment connects to Five Brothers Auto to our north, and then sort of the Fulton County property and some other properties down to the other side. So it doesn't really connect anything today.
But the intention is for it to connect to the property that's on either side and
Correct.
allow pedestrian access through there?
Correct.
So, Mr. Davidson, would that require the city to have an easement over that trail for public access?
They could dedicate the trail to the city if they wanted, do a trail easement, so it would only be for trail use, if they're amenable to that.
Yeah, we'd be amenable to that.
Okay. Clyde, did you have something, Mr. Strickland? Did you want to add to that?
We have looked at this trail, and there's county property to the adjacent as well, and so we think we could probably get the trail. There's a subdivision to the west of that county property that's also got a trail, and of course the one that we've been working on Full Keller Creek.
So what do you envision material, and would this be an easement?
That's best. If it was just like the other ones, would be an easement, yes.
Okay. And then any suggestions on what the material ought to be?
They put it in their just give us the right of way. We'll work that out when we do the rest of the trails.
So that'll be worked out with the transportation department?
Yes.
Is that acceptable to the applicant?
Absolutely.
Thank you. The other item is item number 10. It says that the self-storage building should be designed as a storefront. And I know what a storefront is, but I don't know what that really means in terms of what would the use be? Are we trying to create a retail space? I know you have plans for retail on the one building.
Right.
Just because you put a storefront there doesn't mean you're not going to use it for storage, which I don't believe is the intent.
Correct.
So is there an idea of a certain amount of square footage on the frontage to be retail? That's what he's looking at. Or service or that type of use?
Yeah, correct. So can I show this, Brad? This is the main building, and this area over here, this is part of what we expect or hope to have some retail storefront in. The other building, the smaller building that we've been talking about, how close it is to the street, the concept is it's going to be finished in the same manner so that it all matches architecturally. You can kind of see it on that screen, but it's not going to be a retail use inside the building. It's going to be part of our use. It'll be storage on the inside, but you really would have no idea that it has a storefront appearance that matches the other storefront.
So would the glass be transparent or?
No. We do we've done it a few times. It's Tim could probably help me with the name of it, but the
glass itself would be transparent, and there'd be a false wall behind it.
and you do a kind of glass color, greenish blue wall, and it has a. We've done it a few times. We've done it in Buckhead in a location, and then we did it
So it would have
in
some
Inman
sort
Park.
of blackout material on it.
Yeah, you try not to do a blackout because it looks black and inside doesn't look, that's not what a typical storefront looks like. So we do something that's actually, glass actually has a green color to it. So it's treated that way so that it really appears to be glass or a storefront, not just dark on the inside.
Okay, well, at night, I guess it would be dark.
Right,
So
at night
it's,
it would be dark.
Okay.
Except for, lit up on the outside.
Any other questions for the applicant?
To clarify,
Councilmember.
on that question, Councilmember Wynn had asked us for language on what that might be. This needs to be run by the applicant. If we, at the end of the sentence after Dairy Queen, for approximately 90 feet up to the fence and gate, we didn't get an exact measurement as to where the fence and gate hit the building, so we just said approximate.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be on both sides, the parking lot side and the Dairy Queen side?
As approved by,
Design Review Board.
okay.
And just to follow up on that, the concept is if this is storefront right here, you've created this. Oh, sorry. This is the storefront we're talking about. And when you do that, you kind of created this place here, which is really what we were trying to accomplish.
Councilmember Price.
Two questions. One, there was the signage issue, and I noticed in that depiction there's looks like a monument sign, but so that's not going to be allowed, or that is?
It's not going to be allowed.
So what is your proposal for a sign?
On the wall?
On the building.
On the side of the building?
Sides of the buildings.
And there's no way around that. We can't approve a monument sign that's tasteful, et cetera.
I don't think your city attorney would allow something like that.
I'm trying again.
I'm all for trying again, too.
All right, so I lose on that one. Okay, so I'm back to the building that sticks out and is just way too close to the road. I mean, I know that you've pushed it back some, and your preference is to push it back further. Obviously, it would require, slightly different, modification at the front, but when I look down the road and say as a physician, it's been drilled in my head, first do no harm, first do no harm, first do no harm. So I'm saying, okay, down the road, what if somebody wants to make a boulevard out there or put a streetcar down the middle of the road or whatever, and the road has to be widened? So then we've got this building that's like sticking at the edge of the road that's impeding that future, whatever people think is cool, 50 years from now. So we got that building that we've made you put there, that you didn't even want to put there because we have this obsession with stuff at the edge of the road. Presumably that this is going to be a walkable area, but it really isn't a walkable area. Maybe at some point it will be, but it doesn't look like the surrounding buildings are conducive to strolling along looking in windows. So I still think that forcing you to put this so close to the road is really foolish. And, I would just love to see some flexibility in there that you can move it back as you see fit, as long as, whatever you do at the front is, in alignment with what you've got in front of the other building, but.
That wasn't a question.
That's a question. The question is, yes, can you or can we allow it to go back further with some?
Yes, we can. That would be up to this council.
Okay, but there was some question that we would still have to see another site plan?
Well, this council can either move it up, they can move it back, they can make conditions upon it, but that would be subject to the will of this council.
And then I'm also concerned, can you show that picture again of the building that is in question? Because it looks like, is there another access to the building?
This one?
No, the other one, where you sort of see the side of it? Was it there, that one, yeah. Okay, so behind the monument sign that we're not going to be able to see is, it looks like, are those external access bays?
Back behind the gate.
Behind the gate.
So they are external access bays?
Correct.
So actually, if you move the building back, we would have to see that less.
Yes, I think so.
So to me, that's aesthetically much more pleasing than having those bays closer to
Closer
the
to the
road
street.
that we have to look at them. I just think that wasn't something we thought was going to be there. And if we approve it with only in front of the fence being dressed, then what's behind the fence, we can still see, and it's going to be those little access bays. And I would prefer to move those back so we don't have to see them, and it sounds like that's what you'd like to do too. So we're probably all in agreement, except council doesn't know how to figure out, maybe Becky can come up with a solution as to a motion that would allow them to move it back where they want it, make those bays not visible, and address the issue of the dressing of the sides.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One more clarification. On the landscape plan, you showed 6 spaces. On the plan that we have in our packet, we show 8 spaces. Is it 6 spaces or 8 spaces?
There are actually 7. We'll split the difference. There are currently 26.
There's 7 on the site plan. I think you probably counted the...
It looks like 6, and then there's a...
There's a
island.
handicap space on the site plan. Oh, we gotta...
Switch to this?
Yeah, Elmo.
This is, I don't know if you can see my pen. There's 1, 2, 3 here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 here.
It's going to be too
Okay.
close to this.
One of them looks like a little wider because of the handicap striping. So it's 3 spaces and then 4 spaces.
Okay.
That's not what's showing on your site plan, on your landscape plan.
On the green plan,
You show 6.
it does show 6.
All I'm saying is when I make this motion, it's going to be to that plan. So you either go with 6 or you draw on another one.
There's 7 up there.
7. 7.
Yeah, but there's 6 on there.
Right. Oh, it's in the hill. It's in the hill. We prefer 7. It's in the extra one is David's the engineer. He just pointed out it's. You can see my drawing. It's actually right here.
So it's full of landscaping?
I would advise you to make a little note that that's the handicap space on that, because when I make the motion, whatever's on there, that's how it's going to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Something you want to say about pulling the building up?
Any further discussion before we take a vote? We've had a lot of discussion already. Anything that you have not said? Do we have a motion?
Yes, sir. Motion is to approve CU 201403486 and CV 20140394 1240 Alpharetta Street with the following amendments to this, and I just lost it, is to add to the first condition after the words Community Development Department. So I'm sorry, do it this way. Shall develop in accordance with the site plan stamp December 29th, and also add to develop in accordance the revised landscape plan. I'm sorry, frontage landscape plan dated January 8th, 2015, as revised, showing the handicap parking space. On number 7, after provide a 10-foot wide trail, add and easement. On number 10, after Dairy Queen, add after Dairy Queen for approximately 90 feet up to the fence and gate as approved by the DRB. On the variances, accept all the variances. Number 1, make the 13% to 15% amenity. So we're going from 20% to 15%. And no, I'm not making an amendment to move the building. That's my motion.
Motion. Councilmember Price.
I'd like to propose an amendment that the new self-storage building be either in conformance with the site plan as presented or moved from the road up to 20 feet.
Moved an additional up to 40 feet from the road because it's
No,
already-
up to 20 additional feet from the road.
So it could be up to 40 feet from the road, just for clarity. All right, there is a motion to allow the applicant to move the building up to 40 feet from the right-of-way. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Further discussion about the main motion. Councilmember Price.
I have another amendment, that the applicant may move the proposed new self-storage building up to 30 feet from the right-of-way.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Any further discussion before we take a vote? All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. That's unanimous. All right, I want to thank everyone who has waited patiently. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I know that y'all want to get out of here, but council makes much better decisions when they have a break and they're not stressed out. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, which turns into a 10-minute break. But if I say a 10-minute break, it turns into a 15-minute break. So I will try to get people back in here in 5 minutes and thank you. Councilmember Wynn, if you'll call the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next one is RZ 2014-04021, 9600 Nesbit Ferry Road, the Providence Group LLC, presented by Mr. Townsend.
Yes, this is an application that does not need a rezoning. It is requesting an amendment to the plan and to remove original conditions of the rezoning that took place in 2007. This is the subject property we're discussing, known as the Sidell Tract within the Nesbit Lakes subdivision. This is an aerial photograph showing the lake, existing houses. This aerial actually shows the existing stub streets that were planned to access for this piece of property. You can see the one at the southern end of it next to the tennis courts, and then there's another one, Creek View Terrace, up on the western side of the property. It's currently zoned RS12. That's what it will be developed as, is minimum of 12,000 square foot lots. The proposed site plan contains 68 lots. They've also included an entrance gate and development of an amenity area in the subdivision. This is the proposed site plan that shows the lake and proposed lot layout and road configuration. Also, it gives the contour location for the subject property. This is a landscaping plan showing the landscaping areas in the subdivision area. The original approval for the rezoning had numerous transportation improvement conditions. At the time of that original approval, they were agreed to by the proposed developer as well as the HOA of Nesbit Lakes at that time. That is no longer the case in the application before you. There's disagreement between what should take place. Staff recommended approval of the plan amendment with the conditions. We've included our conditions in the resolution before you. There's been numerous discussions with the applicant, their representatives, dealing with what transportation conditions and what they will end up. I'm sure that will be the bulk of our discussion, centering around conditions number 4, 5, 6, and probably 7 and 11. There are numerous discussions related to how the improvements take place in this. Let me get back to the site plan there. A lot of the transportation improvements deal with the vehicular connection to Creekside Terrace. They're requesting that to take place. Transportation also is including a traffic signal at Nesbit Lakes Drive and Nesbit Ferry, and wants the applicant to be required to put that in. There's also the condition related to stream water or the lake being determination of where sedimentation and erosion would impact their existing lake. If you have any questions from staff.
Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Ippolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Townsend, I'm a little unclear as to what is new and what is. What were the conditions before, and what are the conditions that the applicant is asking to have removed, and are there any new conditions?
That page? Page 6 of your staff report shows the original 6 conditions. The impetus of the change of...
Let me just interrupt you for a second. So there were only 6 conditions previously?
Correct.
Okay, with the zoning?
Correct.
That the applicant could just go ahead and build today if they wanted to, without any changes? Or is that not true? Is there something that they needed to
Well,
accomplish?
the tricky part of that relates to condition number 6,
Okay.
which subjects the rezoning of the property to an 81-page agreement. They would like, they're asking for that to be cleaned and removed from their approval. And then in that 81-page agreement, there were agreed to upon at the time transportation improvements that transportation is asking to bring forward. That's where we get to our 12 conditions.
Okay, so the property was approved with these 6 conditions, and it referenced an agreement, but that agreement was not signed by both parties? Or was it?
I'll let David speak to some of that, but my understanding, it was signed by both parties, but there was a reverter clause. If the Collins Group did not purchase the property, it became null and void. The Collins Group did not purchase the property.
Okay, so legally, this condition is not enforceable?
Correct.
So where does that leave us from a legal standpoint? Just forgetting all the other aspects of what's being asked for. I mean, from a technical standpoint, where does the zoning stand today?
Subject to the 5 conditions.
So number 6, even though it was a zoning condition, because it's not, there's no
The actual
agreement?
agreement, they agreed to that condition. That condition, that agreement is null and void now. So they've met the condition.
Okay.
So
they've met the condition,
and
but
by
the
its
but the
terms, it's
agreement.
null and void.
Okay, all right. So the property could be developed under the current zoning with these 5 conditions?
Correct.
Okay, that helps. So now, what's being requested, you know, what has the applicant requested? Have they requested that some of these conditions be removed? These
Yes.
other 5?
Modified.
So the
They're
other
not
5
asking
to
for
be
complete removal. I'll let them speak to themselves when they get to that.
Okay, but then in addition to modification of these 5, since they have come back, our staff has said there are other conditions we want.
Right.
In order to give you your modification of these 5.
Correct. The original plan showed a pathway or cart path connecting to Creekview Terrace. Transportation is requesting a full road access connection to that location. That's condition number 4. They're asking for condition number 5.
Excuse me for a second. So that was not in the original list of conditions. Item number 4 is a new staff.
Yes, I think it's
suggested condition.
substituted for bike ped.
Right.
Look at number 3 on the original.
So the bike ped connection is now expanded to a vehicular connection.
Okay.
Original number 3 gets expanded to new number 4. Original number 4 is new number 5. Original number 5 is new number 6. Page 6 of your staff report.
And then original condition number 2 is now number 8.
Correct.
And the original number 1 goes away because there's a new site plan.
Is now number 2.
Now number 2. Okay.
Which number 8?
Page 6 of your staff report.
Or the resolution? No.
Any other questions of staff?
Okay, so, yes, if I may continue along that line of thought, thank you. All right, so condition number 7 about the traffic signal is a new condition,
Yes.
and that was in that HOA agreement, but it was not part of the staff.
I don't know if it was in the HOA agreement, but it was a timing, it's timing, when does the signal need to take place?
Okay. That's not really relevant, but I thought you said
Right.
that, so, okay. So that's new. Preliminary plat and the final plat, aren't those code requirements?
Yes.
That's kind of a reinstatement of
Right.
code issues?
Right.
So those are, okay. And then item number 11, is that a code issue as well about pre-development baseline studies? Or is that something above and beyond that we would require from a code standpoint? Because you mentioned that may be an issue, but.
That was a comment from the city engineer. I think she was making sure she was covered in dealing with existing lakes and, what their condition was as compared to what happens, you're dealing in the LDP. Yes, it would be part of her standard review of that. I think she's just making sure that the applicant is aware of what she's going to be looking for, as part of the LDP process.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from the applicant.
You want this, or you want to start with that? Okay. Thanks, Don.
We may wobble back and forth.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Don Rollator. My address is 1865 Lockway Drive, Suite 601, Alpharetta, Georgia. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Providence Group of Georgia, who is the applicant in this transaction. A couple of points I'd like to make initially with you so we understand where we're going. By the way, we have Warren Jolly, Mike Smith, and Dave Baccalucci, which are basically the management team of the Providence Group of Georgia, here tonight to be able to respond to any questions you may have, together with John Murder, who is our engineer of record on this project. These are the points I want to make. This is not a rezoning application. It's zoned for the use intended. We haven't changed the number of lots. It's just like it's supposed to be. There is no conditional use application. The request is like it ought to be. There are no requests for variances. We don't require any. All that leads to the statement that the application is in full compliance with the requirements of the RS-12 zoning district. There are only two reasons why we're here. Number one, to ask you to approve a new site plan for the development, which will work. And number two, to ask you to approve the revised conditions which permit the development of this property. There were 6 conditions in the 2007 zoning. Those conditions must be modified with conditions which work. With the passing of old condition number 6, which was the 81-page agreement, that condition, put it on this property today, makes it undevelopable. We have to reach an alternate resolution. It's not capable of being performed, it was never signed by the property owner, and it expired by its own terms. So, that's where we are. Property is 58.44 acres located on Nesbitt Lakes Drive. It's near Nesbitt Ferry Road. The applicant proposes to develop 68 quality single-family homes on the property. This is the same number of homes that were in the original application. There are no unusual physical conditions which would prevent the development of the property as we proposed it. It is proposed to be developed with similar to larger lots than those surrounding and on nearby properties. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty and let's talk about conditions, if we may. I want to address the conditions which were originally proposed by staff, and to that, I want to give you the results of an extensive meeting we had with staff and transportation today, which resolved
a good many of those issues. It did not resolve them all, and we will address those. Those are the conditions as they stand. I want to address condition number 3 with you. It states, the entry to the subdivision, there shall be no entrance gates for this development. If this subdivision is developed on its own, without any involvement in the remainder of Nesbit Lakes, we want to gate the subdivision. I can think of no objective reason why that cannot be. That is our request. It will be gated at the owner-developer's option, is our request. Condition number 4 is to install a vehicular connection, which was a path before, between Creekside Trace and our existing subdivision. I'm going to let John Murder address that first. Our basic statement is that that is a physical, basic impossibility given the terrain there, the existence of a state stream buffer and city-imposed stream buffers, and the topography. More important is, if you do substantial development in there, to put a road that doesn't belong there, you're going to risk the siltation of an existing lake in Nesbit Lake subdivision. One of the 3 inlets to the Nesbit Lakes is right at that point. So John, if you will come up and speak for us, give us your name and address first. I'll continue when he's through.
Thank you. My name is John Murder. I'm a civil engineer with Travis Pruitt & Associates. My address is 4317 Park Drive, Norcross, Georgia. The condition that we're speaking of is a requirement for a vehicular access at the rear of the property. The existing roadway, I'm sorry?
Plan and
Yeah.
point out to Councilmember Price the location of this access.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, this is a blow up of the rear of the property. Creekside Trace was a road that was stubbed out for the purpose of tying in years ago. Our proposal is to construct this circular feature here. And we also put this alternate design together, which was the request, obviously, of the staff. As you can see, the way this alignment is constructed, the road would actually go into the 75-foot impervious setback. Construction would require getting into the stream buffers as well, which we feel is not practical. Essentially, if we can, in order to do this, we would have to lower this park area down about 12 feet, which would increase grading costs, that sort of thing there. But basically what we were concerned with was the pond downstream and the stream buffers to construct this. Obviously, we could build a wall to minimize the impact. That wall would be roughly 15 feet tall at its maximum. But that does not, it doesn't solve the problem, it just makes it a little bit better. So,
If you could continue and tell us where this bicycle pedestrian connection would be, because I believe you're still, even if we don't impose the vehicular connection, there was a condition for a bicycle pedestrian connection.
that's correct. The reason why the road is an issue is to build it to city standards. We have to abide by, well, let me keep on this. We have to abide by certain regulations which dictate the amount of curvature in the road. Also, it dictates what we can do vertically with the road.
Well, I've got that, but if you could just show me where the bicycle pedestrian path.
Okay, well, the pedestrian access obviously would be much easier to accomplish without those.
I think it was where the last plan was.
Right. We could come off of the creek side, basically come up just along the creek and tie in this way. Or there's an existing path that comes up this way now, which we could use that as well and tie in this way.
So there's an existing path.
There's an existing dirt path where residents have been using it. Mm-hmm.
All right, and was this a bicycle and pedestrian or just pedestrian path?
What's there currently is just a beaten down path with.
I'm just saying the conditions, Mr. Rollator, was the condition a bicycle pedestrian path or just a pedestrian path?
It was both.
Oh, it was both. So I presume the dirt path would have to be improved to meet the condition of a bicycle path.
Correct. That's right.
I assume it's not a mountain bike path, it's a county path.
I would assume you're right. That's right. It does not specify, I don't believe. But.
You know, mountain bikers can go places I don't want to walk.
The words were, it was at a 10-foot wide pedestrian/bike path.
All right. Now, I have heard of an alternative as a emergency access road. Has that been discussed?
It's been considered, and with our
is that a physical impossibility, or is that a possibility?
It's very difficult because of 2 or 3 reasons. The state imposed stream buffer have to be in there. The city imposed.
Assuming there was a variance for the stream buffer, what sort of engineering would it take?
It's steep as it can be, Mayor.
I understand. Well, there's 20 foot is different from 10 feet. I'm just trying to get the feasibility here.
You couldn't do it on a 4-to-1 slope, which is a city requirement. You'd have to go to 2-to-1 slope. It's a nightmare, is basically our response.
Even if it's only 10 feet wide?
That's right. If it's a vehicle access, it's difficult to the point of almost being impossible. It's not best engineering practices, would you say that?
That's correct. We would have to get certain variances, for lack of a better word, on radiuses and that sort of thing.
Well, we'll hear from the transportation on the thought of a vehicle versus emergency access also.
Okay.
But your position is it's really not feasible?
No, not for vehicular access.
Other questions the council may have on that specific
point?
I know you're not finished in your presentation, but before we moved away from that point, I asked my questions if there's anything else council had on that specific point.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I heard from the applicant, either Mr. Asenbrack or Mohammed.
Well, we're going to hear their position later, but as far as any questions to the applicant regarding their...
No, to the applicant, not yet.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get a clarification there. You may proceed.
It's not a problem. The next condition is that the owner-developer shall install a right turn lane from Nesbitt Lakes Drive onto Nesbitt Ferry Road as required by Roswell DOT. We have discussed that, and I think we have a solution. The immediate dilemma was neither the city nor the developer own a portion of the property where that would have to go. It would have to go on property which is owned by the Nesbitt Lakes Homeowners Association and which they have not been willing to release. After discussions today, we have a solution that reads, if the improvements can be located within the existing public right-of-way, as determined by the City of Roswell Department of Transportation, and no existing subdivision entrance signs are affected, owner-developer shall construct a right turn lane from Nesbitt Ferry Lakes Drive onto Nesbitt Ferry Road. Short said, if it'll fit within the right-of-way, we'll do it. We don't have to tear down any signs. And DOT and the developer seem to be in agreement with that.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes. Condition number 6 required the installation of a traffic signal at Nesbitt Lakes Drive and Nesbitt Ferry Road and to connect it with an existing traffic signal at Scott Road. That's a system improvement. It's a very expensive system improvement. None of it is on the developer's property. the developer is unwilling to bear the entire expense of constructing a system improvement. State law requires that system improvements only be dealt with by impact fees and that those extractions cannot be imposed on a developer. In our discussion with DOT today, we reached this agreement. Owner-developer shall contribute the sum of $37,500 towards the cost of installation of a traffic signal at Nesbitt Lakes Drive and Nesbitt Ferry Road prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. If no traffic signal has been constructed within 36 months after issuance of the land disturbance permit, owner-developer's contribution shall be refunded. So what we're saying is we'll put in our share, and I believe we have that agreement of DOT with that.
Could we say that the construction has begun, because
sure,
rather than completed?
Understood.
Sometimes things go slow over here.
I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
The next question is number 7 right below it. It simply says the traffic signal shall be installed prior to final plat approval. That's got to come out because we're not doing it. The city will do it when it's ready. I think that one's easy. Number 11 is the only other one that requires any discussion, and it basically provides that we'll perform a pre-development baseline study on the lake and downstream channels for sedimentation and erosion. We're saying that that's fine if access is granted by the abutting property owners and the Nesbitt Lakes
I think
Homeowners
that's
Association.
reasonable.
Yeah,
You
we
can't
can't go
do
on
it
their
if you can't
property
get
unless,
access.
yeah, unless they let us. So those are our comments to the conditions, and I want to make sure with members of council that we understand what we're discussing. And I guess I would tell you that the only real remaining discussion point between staff, transportation, and us is the one that deals with the road/bike path/whatever up there on Creekside Trace, because we don't want the liability for silting up that lake or building something we can't build.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Rolliter, if I understand this correctly, you're really the only change you were trying to make from the original zoning conditions is not wanting to install the right turn lane or the traffic signal.
The right turn lane is because we couldn't do it. We didn't own the land. We have reached an agreement with DOT that says if there's existing land within the right-of-way, we'll do it.
Well,
We're
yeah,
happy to do it.
I understand that, but so it wasn't that there was not a desire to do the right turn lane or the signal. It's just that you just couldn't physically do it, so you needed some relief on that?
I'm sorry. Ask it one more time.
So it's not that there was a reluctance to put in the turn lane or put in the traffic signal, it's just that it wasn't feasible?
With the turn lane, it's not physically possible unless we get it within the right-of-way. So we're fine if we can get it there.
I guess I'm just trying to understand why you're here. I just don't
The
understand
traffic
why.
signal in the original 81-page agreement was to be paid for 50% by the homeowners association and 50% by that developer. The homeowners association has expressed no willingness to pay for any portion of that traffic signal.
Okay, so you're trying to get that eliminated because you don't want to pay half of it?
Yes,
You don't
we're
pay-
saying, I don't know that it's half, but what we're saying
What's
is,
the cost of a traffic signal?
yeah, you can't
75?
extract it from us, but we're willing to pay our fair share of what it takes to put that signal in if the city decides to put it in.
Well, how do you determine what your fair share is?
I'm sorry?
What's your fair share? How do you come up with that?
$37,500.
Well, I know the dollar amount.
That's an estimate. That's about 25% of the total expense.
Okay, 25% of the
Yes.
cost is what you're.
And our actual lot ratio compared to the remainder of the subdivision is about 20%. So at the request of DOT, we increased our contribution beyond the mathematics.
Okay, all right. Well, that helps. I was just,
Yeah.
I really was confused why you were here because it seemed
Sure.
like you had what you wanted before, but I understand now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Diamond.
Mr. Relator, there's a segment on the southern end of the property. It's kind of a curve, and I'm sorry I don't have the big enough map to see where that rides. But basically, yeah, if you look at the bottom, that road, I'm looking at the landscaping between the southern part of the road and the homeowners, who essentially will have a road on either side.
Right here?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
How is that part of the landscape plan already? Or I guess what I'd like to see is, I know it's not traditionally DRB territory, but I would like to see some kind of a review of that to make sure that it's a buffer that's significant.
I'm not sure how to respond to that. The application from A to Z, including landscape, is in compliance with the UDC and with the RS-12 requirement. I'd have to understand a little better, I guess,
Well, it's
what
kind
your
of an
request is.
unusual situation to be in a house that has a road on either side of it, front and back. Right?
Yeah. So
Yeah. So that's my only question is, I mean, it looks like you're providing a buffer of landscaping there.
Yes.
I just would like to kind of throw that in and have, you know, there are armed to do that kind of thing. so.
whatever the width in there will support, we'll be happy to landscape.
Okay. Thank you.
Just as a question, what is the width between the right-of-way of the road and the adjacent properties outside of the development?
50? 50 feet.
15 or 50?
50. 50.
50 feet between the right-of-way and the property line of the houses to the south.
Let us check that, so make sure we're telling you the truth.
It's at least 50 feet.
At least 50 feet. In more in other cases, the minimum would be approximately 50 feet.
50 feet from property line to back of curb.
All right, is that currently wooded?
Yes,
That 50
the whole
feet?
track is wooded.
Would that, in essence, remain undisturbed?
Some of that would need to be graded because of the, putting the curb in and right away. If you look
How
at
much do y'all believe would be undisturbed in that 50 feet where the existing?
It changes a little bit, it meanders, but just want to point out, if you look on the other side of the street, we have homes that will be facing that buffer, that strip, just as the neighbors that live in Nesbit Lake back up to it. So we have just as much as a incentive to make sure that buffer strip looks good as they would.
Well,
So
I understand. So anyway, so that buffer strip, as I understand it, is it will be about 50 feet in width, and some of it will be undisturbed and some of it will be graded.
we would like to leave as much of it undisturbed because we don't want to recompense the trees. So whatever the grading profile needs to be, we would fill in with existing vegetation, the buffer standards between there to the back of utility easement.
So
So-
would the graded area be replanted in trees?
That's correct. Except for
Thank-
we can't plant on top of utility easements.
I understand.
Yeah.
If you've got a power line, you might not be able to put mature, canopy trees. Other questions for the applicant on that point about the buffer? You may proceed. Apologize.
I'm sorry, I
Yes,
just want to
Councilmember
make,
Nguyen.
since I have to make the motion, that this is going to be landscaping or planning to buffer standards north of Clubhouse Trace. Is that what we're looking at? Because, I mean, I can do it for everything, but I
Yeah,
don't
we're
think you're...
talking about from this area where this, we are making this connection along the road to a point right in here. And we just talked with the engineer, I think the most, we think at least 30 feet of that 50 is going to be undisturbed.
But I'm just saying, it is north of Clubhouse Trace, is what we're looking at.
Right, that's correct.
That's
Okay.
Clubhouse Trace.
Right here.
Yeah, because what I'm going to do is put this...
It's actually like west.
No, it's Clubhouse Trace.
Okay, yeah, north of Clubhouse.
It's north of Clubhouse Trace.
Okay, it's going to be a DRB review is what I want to do.
Right,
Okay,
that's correct.
okay.
Other questions? Councilmember Price.
Are the roads inside this subdivision going to be private or public?
There will be private roads.
It will be private, and the rest of the subdivision is not private?
I believe the existing subdivision is public roads.
That is
Okay.
correct.
So the intent for this is to be private,
That's right, as it was in the original agreement between the association and the original developer. It was private roads then.
This would be a gated neighborhood.
We're asking that it be gated at the developer's option.
I've got you.
And do we have any proviso for the ongoing maintenance of those roads?
Yes, the homeowners association will be responsible for the maintenance of all of the roadways and support systems, therefore, that are inside the property.
And does that need to be conditioned, or is that just understood, or how do we protect the city from having claims to?
The city has no responsibility or liability there. The homeowners association will create a reserve for the maintenance of all of its amenities and roadways, and its detention areas and its water flows. So it's a requirement. It's something that's done every day in private subdivision development here. It's a standard.
Is there any legal basis for the city requiring no gates?
I can't think of one. That's why we're asking that it be gated at our option. If it's going to be private roads, we like to gate it so we can control it. It doesn't go anywhere else, so I don't see any advantage to anyone in coming in there. It doesn't create any harm to the public welfare, public safety, morals of the citizens.
The city doesn't have a ordinance that prohibits gated communities.
So how did it get in there? It's just in there from before, or?
When you say how do they get in there, they drive in there, but I'm not sure which.
No, how did it get in our conditions? By what?
Transportation asked for it.
Transportation asked for it.
For what?
To be no gates.
That it not be gated.
Not be gated.
All right.
They want connectivity through the subdivision.
Transportation wants it not to be gated, assuming they get their vehicular access. So it's a combination of, they're looking for connectivity, which means a vehicular access and not gates at either end. I understand that. If you don't put in the vehicular access, then the need for the recommendation of no gates doesn't really apply.
That's the way we see it, yes.
So the real issue is whether or not to cut through at Creekside Trace.
Well, we may hear more issues from the community.
Yeah, we'll see. That's, to us, that is the driving issue, and that is trying to put a road where a road won't go. Bicycle path, pedestrian path, we can certainly talk about. I understand the council's feelings on that.
Now, when it was first proposed years ago, there was a different assessment of the terrain at that time, or?
Ask that one more time, Ms. Price, I'm sorry.
So was there a different assessment of the terrain at the time when this area was proposed to have a connection through Creekside
No,
Trace?
the original agreement was that there would be a pedestrian/bike path there. There was never a requirement for a roadway.
It looks like a road.
It's the, I'll read you the.
There was a stub street, but they did not engineer the road.
There's the original zoning plan. This is the original zoning plan. So it was a cul-de-sac at the end of where the street was, and then there was a bicycle path between there, or
To the
walkway
stub
path
street.
between. Correct. So if you look at this layout, what we're proposing, there's basically not much difference between the layouts.
Got to come down a little bit. Tom.
Yeah. So, you know, we have this, instead of a cul-de-sac, we have a circle which needs the new UDC code, which you can't really do a cul-de-sac with a park in the middle, and then their plan had a cul-de-sac. Basically, the difference between the plans.
The original condition read, the owner developer shall install a minimum 10-foot wide pedestrian/bike path connecting the end of the cul-de-sac to Creekside Trace. That was original condition number 3.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see any sidewalks shown on this. Are they, Mr. Townsend, do we require sidewalks to be shown on a plat, this isn't a rezoning, I'm not sure what to call it.
They don't have to show up on the site plan because it's part of our code. They're required on both sides. They'll show up on the LDP plan.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing no hands up, I'm sure we'll have more questions after we hear from the audience. Mr. Rollator, you may reserve, you will have an opportunity for rebuttal, but only rebuttal.
Thank you.
This time, I'm sure the folks who waited patiently may want to say something. So if you'll raise your hand, the folks who want to speak, I encourage you to move toward the front. Come forward. If you'll give us your name and address, and there is a 5-minute time limit.
Sure. My name is John Jameson. I'm the president of the Nesbitt Lakes Homeowners Association. I'd like to request that the 5-minute barrier be removed since we've just spent over 30 minutes. And quite frankly, I have been, along with my board members, working on this. We can bring many of our citizens up to talk, but I don't think you'll get the same value or
with
confidence.
the assurance
Yes.
that you're speaking for several people.
Yes.
I will waive the 5-minute, but that doesn't mean I want to hear your position repeated 5 times.
We will limit the number of people if you waive the 5 minutes.
I
Thank
will
you.
waive the 5 limits with the understanding they're speaking for a group and that that you will be more efficient that way than hearing 5 people say the 5 different parts of what your organization wishes to present.
I appreciate that. And
That
I
doesn't
assure
mean I
you
want to
will.
hear 45 minutes.
No,
Let's try to be brief.
I want to get home and try to catch the second half of this game that we're all missing. So believe me, we will. So let me take you through a quick agenda. Can you hit the white button?
I want you to time me.
Which one? The right button. Well, if I hit the right button, it would have been there. Okay. So I wanted to take you through a quick agenda. I want to give you the status of where I thought we were with the developer. I want to take you through development history, really just one critical component, then cover the objectives and the conclusions relatively quickly. Lately, we've had a number of very promising meetings with the Providence Group, and we believed up until today's discussion that we were very close to an agreement for both that worked for both. There were 2 major issues that we were still working through, which was the road connection for Creekside Trace and the traffic signal rights of way. Our homeowners association believes that both issues can be resolved with some selective waivers to the current road requirements and some creative thinking. We believe that was the original intent of this plat. The original plat was filed by Brooks Horton Development when they did the original Nesbitt Lakes document in 1991. So what you saw earlier was the Columns Group plat, which was not the original. The original plan called for Creekside Trace to connect to Club Walk, which is the road near the front of our clubhouse. You've probably heard most of this, so I'll skip to this, but I think there's one very relevant component to that, and that's the last bullet on these charts. As part of the plan, as you saw today, there's an entrance across common ground that currently is owned by Nesbitt Lakes Homeowners Association. The Providence Group believes that they have an easement that was given to them as a result of the Seidel property that was granted to Brooks Horton for development of that particular property. We believe that that easement was conditional to provide access for development and is no longer valid because there are 2 streets, Club Walk Trace and Creekside Trace, that provide access to that property. So that's a very important part. We're willing to waive that if we can come to conclusion with the Providence Group on how to develop this property, but that's an important consideration.
Can you show us where that easement is?
Yes, I was going to ask the same question.
I'm sorry, the question is?
Easement in question.
Yes. It's right here. It's this entrance to the subdivision. Our position is, the way our legal counsel has read that and recommended to us, is that easement was given to provide access to the Seidel property should there be no other access points into that property once Nesbitt Lakes was constructed. Yeah, absolutely.
Turn to our lawyer for an interpretation.
Right. We definitely don't want to do that. So these were our major objectives. Our key priorities were focused around maintaining the security of the Nesbitt Lakes residents. We'd like, in a perfect world, to maintain and support the lifestyle we all have there. We realize reluctantly that this property is probably going to be developed at some point in time. And we believe that we're all willing to work with the city and with any developer to do that. We want to thank the Planning Commission and the staff for the work that they've done and the recommendations that they have made up to this point in time. And we fully support that. Which is really where this chart lives. We covered this with the Planning Commission a few weeks ago. We asked that 2 other stipulations be provided. That which is asked for a before and after on the lake, and also that there be a 50-foot natural buffer between the proposed development and the street that someone had already identified as a requirement. We also asked that any land disturbance permits be delayed until the suit was resolved by Fulton County Superior Court. These were the elements, they're the conditions of the zoning as passed on by the Planning Commission. We believe these are all valid, and we as a homeowners association support all of them. We believe the connection to Creekside Trace is absolutely critical to us, and we believe it's critical because of the safety. One of the things that we haven't really talked about, and I'll show you a quick picture, but I'll make it brief, is we had a significant fire in our neighborhood not that long ago that blocked access beyond roughly a third of the way into our neighborhood. We are a 2.5-mile cul-de-sac from the entrance to the end. And the development of this property and the connectivity to Creekside Trace gives us an alternate access, assuming it was not gated, to allow both emergency vehicles to the back part of our neighborhood and to provide better mobility from our neighborhood to get out. I also included in your document the current discussions that we've had with the TPG group as recently as earlier this morning. This is our perspective on this. TPG has not fully agreed to any of these, but the conversations we've had is we believe that we were in agreement except for the way that the road could be built or not built, and the funding and the actual transition of common areas from the 2 properties. Safety, this is 2 pictures just to highlight it. This was a picture of the house that burned down, and you can see on the left, this is what our street looked like. Our subdivision was blocked for about 5 hours, give or take, on a Sunday afternoon, which jeopardizes our ability and the health and safety of our community. Traffic is an important consideration. This was some example of just representative traffic as you exit Nesbitt Lakes. One of the reasons that we feel so strongly about the requirement for a turn lane, which we were willing to access the land for, is because of this traffic. This is the proposed connection graphically that we included in the other document. This is a picture of our lake. So status review, I think there's really just 2 things. One is we believe we can come to agreement with Providence Group, assuming we can find a way to connect Creekside Trace. I would suggest that one of the solutions to this is the ability to begin to look at the road and the requirements for the road, similarly to the way they would have been looked when Nesbitt Lakes was developed in 1991. I understand that's an exception to the UDC that's been filed or that's in place today, but there are many exceptions that everybody makes for the benefit of the majority and for the community. I truly believe, as does our community, that this connection road is critical to the safety and well-being of our neighborhood. So we ask that it be looked at in that manner. We're open. Yes, I'm sorry.
No, go keep going. I'm sorry.
All right, we're open to other suggestions. We want to try to make this work for everybody. We just don't know exactly where to go at this
Let
point.
me make an effort, which will probably fail, but I'll try to apply myself to it. One suggestion was to make this an emergency-only access, which would mean in an emergency, the gated community could be opened up at both ends. Does that sound like something that if we could make it a emergency access that would work for your neighborhood, or is that something that is unacceptable?
Honestly, I can't answer that. We had brief conversations, Warren and I did, about that. I surfaced it with a number of neighbors. I got a mixed bag as far as whether that was acceptable or not.
I expect whatever we do will be a mixed bag because we will never make everybody happy. We just try to make the majority happy up here.
I understand.
And that's not always easy.
So I guess the answer is no.
So they're saying emergency, it has to be totally open or it's not, it doesn't work for them.
Correct.
And, well, I guess the difference is, from my standpoint, if it's a safety issue, then I think that if it's opened up from time to time, it addresses the safety. If it's a environmental connectivity, improving transportation, then we need to open it up at all times, and it's a different standard that would apply.
Yeah,
A greater standard for safety. Safety is a very high priority in this city.
Correct.
We all believe in connectivity, but connectivity does not trump, safety trumps a lot of issues that connectivity doesn't.
I understand that, and I support that from a safety perspective. There's two other points that are relevant to that as a potential solution. One is the department comments in the concept of providing connectivity. On page 13 of the staff report, they talked about both mobility as well as safety to provide access to the end of that 2.5-mile cul-de-sac. The other thing that's important to consider is, I mentioned earlier, the access point and the plant. Can you switch over to this one again? Or just tell me which one. Sorry. The way this subdivision is proposed at this point, if this easement is in fact denied, there is only one entrance to this subdivision. In fact, there is no entrance, or there's one entrance to this subdivision, which would mean that there would have to be a second entrance, which, based on the original plat for Brooks Horton, would have naturally been at Creekside Trace.
Right. So, as I understand from Mr. Davidson, it is an issue in court as to whether or not you have one access or two, not counting this third contested emergency.
Correct.
Difficult access.
Correct.
And we won't know that, Mr. Davidson, for some time. And we as a city could not require them to have two access points. But if the court says that they're not entitled to it, what happens with our requirement that we have two? They would have to come back. So I presume the developer wishes to move forward and before this thing is resolved. But here's a question. I'm just wondering if we can't require you to have two. We can require you to have two, but would not be in a position to construct the second one. And if you don't construct the second one, you might have this entire development up there that you might not have. It puts in question the whole development. This is a very thorny legal subject. Let me try to understand another subject. Sure. Not that I'm going to make anybody happy by asking this question. I understand what is the objection to the gated community other than that might be open from safety. I'm trying to understand the neighborhood's objection to gating this community and opening up in emergencies. What is your understanding?
So,
I don't want to ask the public because I'll get 30 answers.
No, I think we're fairly consistent on this one. There's two components. One is the original request for gating the community would make it the only community that we are aware of a gated community within a public community. In other words, it's surrounded by all sides.
Let me just give you one example of a gate in my neighborhood.
Okay.
I live on Stroop Road.
Yep.
We have a gated community. We're not a subdivided community in a normal sense, but we're a neighborhood.
Yes.
We had a gated community off of Stroop Road, which is a dead-end road. Paul Newman used to own a house back in the gated community. But our experience has been that we see no difference in the gated community other than we believe they live back there because they're not. We live on the right side of the tracks. They don't. They think we live on the wrong side of the tracks. So I can just tell you there is an example of a community in which part is gated and part is not, and Stroop Road is that community.
Okay.
So, and it works. Not that it would work for your neighborhood. I'm not trying to tell you that I'm trying to impose something. It works on Stroop Road. We don't have, when we have a party at the cul-de-sac, we invite the folks who live on the wrong side of the tracks back in the gated community, and they invite us to their parties, and it works pretty well. Anyway.
So that was one component. The other component was the amenities package that was proposed for the gated community was significantly less than our ongoing amenities offering, and we were concerned.
Just to dig my hole deeper, I want to
Yeah.
ask Mr. Rollator a question. I'm a big believer in connectivity. I believe in spending taxpayer dollars to improve connectivity. Is this a financial question in which you don't want to incur the cost of this connection, or is this a marketing question that you believe this community needs to be gated to market it?
Mr. Mayor, it's really different than that. Let me explain to you
Okay.
the real concern with
The real
connectivity
concern.
at that point. From a design standpoint and a construction standpoint, it's terrible. It just won't work and work right. Number two, if you do it, you're just about guaranteed going to silt up Nesbitt Lakes Lake. Now, if the city wants us to dedicate them the necessary space and have the city build that connectivity and be responsible for what it does to the lake, I'm sure we would consider that.
I cannot speak for any other council member, but to me, the importance of connectivity, if this weren't here, and I had a subdivision that simply said, we'll let you make the connection, and I would support it, simply because for the safety reasons, because of a mistake that was made a long time ago. I personally would support paying general fund taxpayer dollars to make this connection. And if that would help, I can't speak for any other council members, but we've misspent a lot more money. I think, I would support spending taxpayers' money to make this connection, because it's a safety issue, because it's a connectivity issue, and because there are a lot of taxpayers back here who are footing this bill. But I don't know what, we're going to at some point in time have to hear from transportation about the feasibility of this and the cost. And I will hear from the rest of the council, one elected official's perspective.
So in the interest of everybody's time, I'm more than willing to concede my spot. If there are questions, I'm happy to answer them at this point.
Well, I probably confused a lot of people, and I'm sure other council members have better ideas than I do, but we'll open it up for
We all
any,
like your
any
idea,
questions.
Mayor Wood. Yes, sir.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. You discussed the connection, but you didn't discuss the signal. I think your other issue is the signal right away.
So we had discussed.
Let me put it to you this way: if we help y'all with this connection, I'm sure going to expect some help with that right-of-way easement from the neighborhood association.
Well, we're willing to do that already. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it, and I offered to Warren, and I don't know what the right approach is, whether we deed that land to the city and Warren builds it, or however it goes, but we're happy to provide that right-hand lane connection to the city to make it happen.
If we can work something out on everything else.
Yep.
Other questions from council?
Yes.
Councilmember Diamond.
I may be sorry I asked this, but what is the neighborhood objection to allowing that, what looks like the main entrance to the neighborhood to go through, the thing that's under the lawsuit?
What is the issue? That if you enter Nesbitt Lakes right now, that is a very nice part of our entrance. If we were able to come to terms with the Providence Group, we'd be more than happy to sell them the rights to do that. We think in the overall scheme of the development and the safety of our neighborhood, it's better to have the entrance at the very front of our neighborhood than it is to have it anywhere else. And we've expressed that to the Providence Group.
So is it, is it a money issue or a access?
There's 2 points to it. One, I think, is a money issue. It's land that's owned by Nesbitt Lakes. And we think that if somebody's going to build a road through it, that we ought to be compensated for the land of that. That we don't believe that that easement is valid.
So the dollars weren't there? Was it you were far apart on the money, or?
No, we were in agreement on the money as of yesterday, or as of earlier today, to the best of my knowledge.
Let me stray from where we are right now, because there's a big element here which we have not heard from. And that's the transportation side about this connection. And I don't want to cut off the public hearing And I want to give you more time to respond once we hear from him and Mr. Rollator. But let's hear from the Transportation Department, who believes this connection is feasible, and let's also hear from them what it might cost.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I appreciate y'all's indulgence with mixing things up here a little bit. But it is a tricky question here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Few opening remarks. We drove out there today after our meeting with the Providence Group and Mr. Rollator and looked at the area at Creekside, and it's, in our opinion, that road section, and I'll just, going out here now, it was very clear to us that that road was stubbed out for a future connection.
I got that part. Here's the real question. There are two questions. What will it cost to make this connection? And two, can we effectively mitigate the erosion problems if we do make this, if someone makes this connection?
So we walked it, and we're very observant of the terrain, and they are correct that there is a creek that runs north of that. The terrain, however, slopes up and away, say to the east, and in our considered opinion, and I had 3 engineers out there with us, and we all believed that it was very feasible to build a road without having problems with the road. And to further that, talk to community development, and we talked about the impact. And we all want to be sensitive to the environment. We all want to make sure that there isn't a problem there. So what we came up with three elements. In order. The gentleman here talked about being creative. We like to be creative. So what we try to do is the geometry of the road, we believe, could be accommodated. So for instance, the Eves Road, the driveway that we're doing into East Roswell Park right now, we could talk to them about design criteria. So instead of a 25-mile-an-hour road, we make a 15-mile-an-hour curve. In other words, our concept, just conceptually, would be to come off the end of that road, which is about 25 feet wide. It's a big, wide road, and then just turn a 90-degree curve. Just pull it away from the creek just as quick as you can. That meets national design guidance. It wouldn't be a fast curve. It would be traffic calming, but it would be, a very dramatic turn away from the creek. So there's the design requirements. There's shifting the center line away from the stream as quickly as possible, and then there are things like using inexpensive gravity walls rather than, say, something more invasive.
Let me make a suggestion before we stay here all night. We probably need to do some more work on engineering.
All right. We could lay something out if you'd like.
And to lay something out.
All right.
It looks like there is a willingness to compromise if we can get past the engineering cost issues about this road. Mr. Rollator is skeptical about the variances. I understand that. He's skeptical about can it be done. You're saying it can be done. Anything can be done from an engineering standpoint. You can cross the English Channel under a tunnel and get through distant things. Not that we're going to spend that much money. This isn't going to be the big dig. But I would encourage the council to think about deferring this to give further opportunity to try to work out these engineering and other issues, because at the end of the day, I'd like to see the neighborhood happy. I'd like to see this property owner be able to develop his property in a consistent with the conditions. There's willingness to give here. We're not at an impasse, but we're at some questions about what is it going to cost and can it be done. And I think we need further review on that. And if we can come with a solution that makes everybody happy, and Mr. Rollator, you've got a lawsuit pending which throws into question everything we do. But if we can resolve this, that lawsuit goes away, those legal fees go away, the city ends up with a safer community, we end up with connection, I'm not sure what is, the real question is dollars, what does it actually cost and can it be done? And I'd like to put a number on that before we argue further, because when you start talking about lawyers, we can charge a lot too, and we don't get much done other than just court time. So what are the council's thoughts? I apologize if I put you all in a bad spot. Those are just my thoughts. Councilmember Wynn.
I'm going to let you be liaison of ComDev for a while, so we can get this done. I was going to ask for deferral because I just think there's just too many moving parts right now. But I want to make sure that there's some conditions, Brad, that we do add, and that's the one about the DRB, reviewing that landscaping north of Clubhouse Trace. And also, if there is not this is, I think, more of a legal question. If there is not an agreement, is there a way to put in a condition of zoning that if there's not an agreement and the easement goes to court, that if the court rules in the favor of the HOA, that this has got to come back to mayor and council because we're now down to one.
Councilmember Wynn, I'm hoping we have an agreement and get past all of this. I think if we can
But
get
I'm
to a
just
deferral.
putting this out. I'm just putting it out.
We
So
can-
I'd be on record.
We
on
can
this.
come up with a condition that would require them to
Okay.
have their two entrances.
So my thing is to motion to defer this until the next.
Wait a minute, the applicant wants to be heard. Are you opposed to a deferral?
Yes.
All right. We'll hear a rebuttal on deferral, but let's hear before you hear rebuttal on deferral, let's see if we get a motion in a second. We'll hear a debate on deferral if we get a motion for deferral.
Motion to defer until the February 9th ComDev meeting. I'm sorry? Council meeting.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to defer. And for the people in the audience, if there is a motion to defer, you will have a full opportunity to be heard. What we're going to debate, we're going to have a hearing on right now. We're going to hear from the applicant on a deferral. We'll hear from the audience on whether you wish to support or oppose a deferral, but we're going to now discuss the deferral. Mr. Rollator, you will have an opportunity to respond. There's a motion to defer.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think part of this, the discussion of the deferral needs to be about the traffic signal as well, because that's an open issue. I do support the connection, and I think this subdivision sorely needs a traffic signal, so that needs to be.
I agree with you. Everything's being deferred to see if we can work something out.
That needs to be part of the
it'll all be deferred. There is, as Councilmember Wynn said, there are a lot of moving parts, but there seems to be a possibility of resolving these things. And I would rather work things out than end up with a imposed on either side. It's resolution always is better than an imposition that, anyway, there's a motion and a second. We're going to hear from the applicant. We'll have a public hearing, and we'll have discussion of council as to whether we wish to defer or not, then we'll take a vote. So at this time, we'll hear from the applicant on the request on the motion to defer.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Warren Jolly, the Providence Group, 11340 Lakefield Drive, Johns Creek. Obviously, we'd like to be here before night at this point with agreement with the neighborhood. Part of the complexity of this zoning is if they would, if you guys could honor the 81-page agreement or make the neighborhood enforce the 81-page agreement, we wouldn't be here, just like Mr. DePolito said. We would be able to work all the issues out. So some of the things have changed. It's not us changing as the developer, it's the neighborhoods changing on their perspective of what they want. So part of the complexity is the owner of this property has had this zoning subject since 2006. With zoning conditions, he cannot develop his property. So we're in the catch-22. He's not going to subject this property to a neighborhood agreement that the mayor and council can enforce, and we're stuck with conditions that we get stuck in force. So for the neighborhood to get agreement, they have to have a 2/3 vote to either sell that strip of property, which we will be willing to purchase it if they could sell it, and if we were to be members of the association like it was in the original deal, it takes a 2/3 vote. That's not going to happen in 30 days or 60 days. And so we're pretty much stuck in a catch-22.
Well, I have a solution to the catch-22.
Okay.
And that will be, if this council makes a decision, it will be not subject to this, reaching this neighborhood agreement with all of these people. This council will make a decision on this project. I'm not suggesting a catch-22 that goes on forever. I'm suggesting a effort to look at what the connection would take, what the cost would be. I like to have all the facts before this council. When we make a decision, there are facts that are unresolved. I've got one engineer saying this project is not feasible. I've got another engineer saying the project is feasible.
All right. Well,
let's just say we've got two different perspectives. I'd like to get a better decision on the engineering. I'm not suggesting we defer this as long for months and months. I'm not suggesting even we defer this until the court makes a decision, which has a big impact on your property. I'm suggesting that we defer this until, what's the date? February 9th. And I understand you'd like a decision tonight, but we want all the facts.
Well, let me explain some more facts that the Erie Engineering Department wouldn't be part of. So part of the issue is this whole area is rock. So if we were to make this connection, we're forced to push this road down.
That's an engineering question, and my engineers need to take that into consideration. But until I get the engineering from them and your engineer, and I hear from, and the council hears from both of them, I've got two engineers telling me different things.
Well, there's a lot of issues with the complexity.
There are a lot of engineering issues, and those need to be resolved by a further engineering review and not by council up here trying to say which engineer do we believe in. Let's have these engineers present their positions and some more hard facts. I understand your position. They need to take into accommodation your argument. At the end of the day, most engineers civil engineers, this isn't like a subjective, do we like art or not? This isn't a decision of like, it's an engineering question. It's usually you can put a dollar figure to it. You can say, this is how much dirt has to be moved. This is how much retaining wall has to be done. This is the potential route. And if our engineers cannot support their position, it's different. But typically engineers, they both went to the same school.
Well,
they may have had the same test. They took they did take the same civil engineering test. I understand there's a difference of opinion, but to say one engineer say it's not possible, and you can say on this route it makes a difference. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I apologize for interrupting, but I wanted you to understand my position.
Okay, I understand.
I'm trying to help y'all out.
And part of the UDC guidelines and connectivity, the first thing is create an internal circulation system that will link those adjacent properties when feasible.
Do you want to watch this football game? Whatever's left of it?
The football game's already done.
It's probably over.
No, it's halftime.
I just want to make sure
halftime.
everybody understands the facts, how complicated this is.
We don't understand the facts. What I'm trying to tell you is I've got two different engineering opinions, and until I get to the bottom of those engineering opinions, I'm not going to have the facts. And that's why I'm asking for a deferral, not because we're trying to avoid making a decision, but because I've got two different engineering opinions, and they need to reconcile. And my guess is They may not agree upon the exact dollar amount. They may have different ideas of where the road should go. But I think we can get to the bottom of the engineering questions, or at least get closer to an answer than we have today.
In clarification of the engineering discussion, I want that discussion to be directed in the area that if the city believes that that can be done, we'll dedicate the right-of-way and we'll let them do it.
We're going to defer this. We're not going to take any hard line
understand.
positions. I've told you what I would support. I cannot speak for anybody else.
I understand.
I'm not sure what the council is going to ultimately decide, but we're going to have a better decision when we have better a resolution some of these engineering issues before us.
Thank you.
I hate to make a decision when the engineers haven't fully discussed the options.
I understand.
So if any more from the applicant on this deferral? Now, what we're hearing right now from the audience is not the merits of this case, but are you for or against deferral?
We're for deferral.
Do I need to hear from anyone else on that subject?
I have one question.
Yes, sir. Come forward, give us your name and address.
Okay, my name's Michael Cook. I live at 1015 Summer Oaks Close, Roswell. I'm here representing the homeowners of Studderford and also Woodfall. Now, does this deferral mean that I cannot speak tonight, or will I be included on the next one? Because
you will be included. At the entire city of Roswell can come down.
One thing that we found out tonight that we didn't know is that they're blasting within 100 feet of our homes. And that's why I think next time we have to go beyond this road and also look at other parts on this development that could create,
You will have an opportunity to speak on the merits of whatever the project is, but tonight I'm just trying to hear.
That's fine. I just wanted
positions about
clarification,
deferral.
that's all. Thank you.
Clarification, we'll have the public hearing will be opened up to all citizens.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on the issue of deferral? We have a motion and a second to defer. Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Price.
Yeah, I just want to make sure what we're deferring to.
All of it.
Well, I understand, but
every bit
regarding the Creekside Terrace, the issue. Are we saying that there's a cost amount that above which we would say it was not feasible by reasons of finance, or?
We are not saying anything other than I'm suggesting to the council there are differences of opinion in the engineers of feasibility and cost of this road connection, and that's an important consideration. And I'd like to get the engineers. There seemed to be a possibility of a compromise if it was feasible to do, and it was not cost prohibitive. Cost prohibitive is a question for council and the developer. So we are deferring all issues. All issues will come back to this council. Nothing is being resolved tonight other than we're punting, and we'll come back. But we'll come back with opinions of civil engineers after our civil engineers have reviewed the feasibility, and they have consulted with the applicant civil engineers, and they've, to the best of their possibility, resolved their engineering opinions. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion to defer? That's unanimous. We're going to take another break. You can go home and pick up whatever the game you can.
Next item on the agenda is RZ 2014033983 and CV 2014033985, 1605 Old Alabama Road, Old Alabama Self-Storage, Heatherwood Properties LLC. Mr. Townsend.
This is an application for a self-storage building located at 1605 Old Alabama Road. This provides the location. It's at Holcomb Bridge and Old Alabama. This is the existing site. It's a very steep graded site as it drops down from Old Alabama on Holcomb Woods Parkway. The PGA Superstore is to the south. There's office buildings to the east, a residential subdivision and vacant land to the north, and a two-story retail building to the west. This is the proposed, or the existing zoning designation. It is zone CX. The applicant is requesting an IL to do a self-storage building. This gives you the site plan showing the connection accesses to Old Alabama Road. This is the landscaping plan for the proposal. The applicant is proposing an IL designation for self-storage, approximately 100,000 square feet building. It is 3 stories on the back side and 1 story and 2 stories facing Old Alabama. There's relations dealing with the amenity space, the requirement for 40-foot buffers from the backside with the IL, and a reduction of the bicycle parking from 11 to 2 spaces. Staff has recommended that the IL be denied. We originally had discussed a CH designation. As part of the discussions with the Planning Commission, there was a discussion related to the shop front designation and whether that was more appropriate. Councilman DiPolito actually called me today and asked about that. So we looked into that requirement. The big code issue that we're running in with the UDC is in the IL designation, they were asking for a building type of general building that is not a type that is currently allowed in the SH designation, but it could be granted by the mayor and council because this is a conditional approval. The self-storage would be conditional approval also in shop front. So you would be allowing the general building, and the site plan that they have proposed would meet the shop front designation except for the requirement to push it to Holcomb Woods Parkway, which I don't believe we would want it pushed to that right away anyway. I mean, we'd want that relief. I mean, it's pushed away enough from the building because of that location. I mean, since it's really on a corner, they meet the one requirement of meeting it, I believe, on the Old Alabama for the majority of the building. We did include 6 conditions, which I believe the applicant is aware of those conditions, and they are included in your resolution before you. I did also do a preliminary analysis, and you're probably not going to be able to read. I tried to compare commercial heavy and shop front and what were the uses, and the shop front has a lot more limiting of uses. All of the bold type, like community gardens and farms, the Montessori, the cemeteries, and the schools are not permitted in shop front. So I think shop front has more controlled uses, like the shooting range would be allowed in commercial heavy, but not in shop front. The bail bonds, the call centers, the remote parking, light manufacturing is not allowed in shop front, but self-storage is conditional. So I think it gives us, where we're going and trying to control the uses, get the building type we want, and get a good utilization of the property. So there's, the outdoor storage is not even allowed as general or limited in that location. So I think we get a lot of positive use that would be allowed in shopfront, as well as if we're limiting it to the SH with the general building. I think with the conditions that are proposed, with the proposed site plan, I think everyone gets a win-win.
Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Diamond.
So we could essentially prove it as shopfront with the conditional use of self-storage and allow the general building per this site plan.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember DePolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I wanted to point out, Mr. Townsend, in your list, you skipped over a very critical omission, which is telecommunication towers are allowed in commercial highway, but not allowed in shopfront. So that's important as well.
That is correct.
So
they couldn't put a cell tower here.
So that'd be an important distinction between the two.
Correct.
In my mind.
Other questions? Councilmember Price.
Well, isn't that moot if we're conditioning it to one use? And what does it matter what could be there if we're conditioning it to one use?
That's correct, but I think the concern that I have heard from some of the residents that was voiced at the Planning Commission was once you open it up the door to an IL or a to commercial heavy zoning designation, the process then is you have to come back and eliminate the site plan and the use. They wanted it tied down to not even go that far, and they were proposing the shopfront as a use that was more acceptable as a category.
And then does that condition, we talked about this earlier today, is a condition in perpetuity, or is there a time limit?
If you rezone it to a particular zoning designation, to a particular use, to a site plan, that's in perpetuity unless someone comes back and changes it.
So changing a condition is the same thing as a rezoning?
Yes.
So as long as we condition it.
That's why the applicant before us was here.
So it doesn't really matter as long as we condition it to what we want it to be.
That's correct. And the applicant is agreeable to what you're conditioning it to.
Does the council have any other questions for Brad? Mr. Rollator, could you have a brief presentation? I think you're on a roll. Well, maybe not from last time, but on a roll this time.
Okay.
They seem to be inclined to vote your way before you speak. Maybe you should be very
Maybe
brief.
I ought to be quiet. For the record, I'm Don Rollator, 1865 Lockaway Drive, Suite 601, Alpharetta. Let me get a couple of understandings from staff, and then I can better address this. Staff, my understanding is the site plan we've proposed and the construction we've proposed, it's your opinion that it can be developed whether it's shops or CH?
Yes.
Without any changes?
With the council allowing it to be a general building.
With a general building, all right. My second question is signage. Can we still have the monument sign? Or do we need to be?
Shopfront does not allow for the monument sign.
Okay.
The sign goes on the building.
That may be a problem. Can the council vary that to allow the sign?
No.
Okay.
We were told we couldn't by our lawyer.
I'm sorry?
Our lawyer said we couldn't.
Okay. Then I'm ready to go forward, Mayor.
Please proceed.
I'm here with Mark Rasmus and Sean Rasmus for Heatherwood Properties. You know what the request is to rezone this property to allow a climate-controlled storage facility. The applicant also seeks 3 variances, which I believe the staff is in concurrence with, and I don't believe anybody else has expressed any issues with. We certainly have no objection to zoning it CH because that gets the same thing done. My comment on whether you zone it shops or not, it's in an intense commercial area. It's a golf superstore right down the hill. If you fall off the back of this property, there are gas stations, there are most anything on the face of the earth, so I don't know what we're worried about. But our concern, more important than that, is that we can develop this facility as proposed because of the nature of the use. We feel the nature of the use is about as good a use as the city can get in this area. It generates virtually no traffic. It causes no impact to the environment. It looks like an office building, and it just sits there. It's ideal. And it's ideal for us. Mr. Rasmus has built a multitude of these over the years. He understands how they work, and he knows the market is here. So, with that said, we have an issue. This property is better seen with a monument sign. So we ask that you take that in your consideration. Is it of major importance to the city that it shops, or is it fine that it's CH, given that it can only be a climate control storage facility? We would like to have the sign. In the conditions, we only have one issue. There's a perfectly good sidewalk out there right now. It's not very old. There's a condition requested by transportation here that we build an 8-foot wide path and a 2-foot grass strip. There's no commitment in the city's future as to where, when, and if a pathway system is going to go. And I believe transportation told us at Planning Commission that it may well go on the other side of the road. There's no proposal for it this time. We have two feelings. Number one, leave the sidewalk like it is and where it is, because it's perfectly fine and there's no noticeable pedestrian traffic in the area. It's just a waste of money. Number two, if you're bent down and determined to do it, build it when you're ready. Let us make a contribution of $25,000 to the sidewalk fund, and when and if it becomes viable for the city, let them do it. In a nutshell, that's our presentation. Because we've had no objection to the use. Everyone is very comfortable with it and very happy with it. We're happy to put it there. We have an issue with building a sidewalk to nowhere, and we have an issue that if we can't do a monument sign, that's constricting to us and affects our marketability. At this point in time, I'd like to reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal and address any questions any of you have. Briefly.
Just to make it clear for the audience, as I understand it, the only way for you to get the monument sign would be
CH zone
CH zoning.
or IL zone.
And we waived IL.
Do they get the monument sign under CH? So we can do CH and give them a monument sign. Right?
And we're happy for you to restrict the use to climate
right.
control storage facility.
So they're asking for CH zoning with a variance on the building type and a conditional use for storage.
The original request was for IL.
I understand. What are they asking for today? That's what I'm trying to boil it down to.
The request from Councilman DiPolito was to, if we give them SH, which is shop front, which does not allow for monument signs, how would that work?
They don't want shop front. They want CH.
CH gives them the monument
Monuments
sign.
gives them a monument sign, and we have to approve the general building type, and we have to give them a conditional use for self-storage.
And there's 3 variances. They're in there.
Got it. That's what you're asking for.
Yes, sir.
Does the
Precisely.
council have any questions?
What about the sidewalk?
Well, I understood the sidewalk issue. I was just trying to understand what zoning you were asking for. It was kind of a moving target. Councilmember Diamond.
Okay, I guess my questions are for staff. Don't we require a 5-foot sidewalk? Is that our minimum?
That's the minimum requirement. What
Okay.
transportation is asking for is an 8-foot multi-purpose path.
Right, but what's there is 4 feet.
Right.
So what's there really isn't conforming
Correct.
under our regular rule. Okay, and under CX, there's no way to condition
CH.
the X, which is where they are now. We can't condition that use.
It's not allowed as a use.
Okay.
CX.
I wonder why we did that. Because that would seem the simpler solution.
I think the scenario was in looking at CX in the mixed use.
Yeah, I
There
guess
was
so.
some incompatibilities with the self-storage.
Yeah.
And no, we didn't think through everything in the UDC at the time.
Well, and I guess to that point, you know, this clearly is not a mixed use, and I'm just not comfortable with some of the things in commercial heavy potential, so I guess I'd like a legal read for the neighbors who've expressed concern, what what that would mean if we conditioned it, if we made it CH with just this use. What happens
It
now?
would be the same as the shop front. You made it CH, condition it to just this use, subject to the site plan. They're gonna have to come back to this council to change it, if there ever is a intention to change it.
Councilmember Dippolito.
This is more of a comment than a question. I guess I'm struggling with why a 3-story, 102,000 square foot building needs a 60 square foot monument sign, because this is going to be like a billboard on this street. It's going to be so huge. It's not like you're not going to see it, and it's going to have a huge sign on it. So, you know, I'm much more comfortable with having shop front, and you know, there's plenty of visibility.
To direct people to it so they can see it, you have to identify it. That's the purpose for the
Mr.
sign.
Rollander, we got that point.
All right.
We understand that, your position, we understand Rich Dippolito's position. Councilmember Price.
With the site plan, is there room for a monument sign?
It's shown, there's one location shown on the sign near the entrance on Old Alabama.
The issue seems to be boiling down to is whether the council supports a monument sign or not.
Well, I don't, where is it on the site plan?
Mr. Rollander, do you have an overhead to show where the site and the monument sign would be located?
I think Brad has it.
I got it.
And we are going to have public comment following your presentation. I think we've got some
Get it right here.
I don't see any red.
dedicated citizens here that want to be heard.
So does that preclude a sign on the building?
No.
Preclude one?
Yeah, is that an either or?
No.
So they could have a monument sign and a sign on the building?
If you zone it to CH.
Right.
But if you zone it to SH, they don't get the monument sign.
Correct, but they could have both in a CH.
Right.
Any other questions? Councilmember Orleans.
Steve, would, in lieu of the 8-foot sidewalk or path be put in, would it be acceptable for the money to be put into the sidewalk fund for future development of it? And do you have any clue what that amount would be? And Mr. Rollator, I know you make the point that, and I've heard it before on sidewalks that go to nowhere, but over 20, 30 years, they seem to be filling in all over the city, so we want to plan for that future.
I understand, and there's a sidewalk there if there were none.
How far?
789.
So it's almost 800 feet, so it's, you know, it's almost 3 football fields long. It's a lot. Two elements from our point of view. The sidewalk is currently 4 feet wide, which is substandard, and it should be 5 feet anyway. And, you know, Old Alabama has been probably the biggest issue we've ever had is Big Creek Park connecting down to the river. That we get more comments and concerns about that. And so the issue is, even though Big Creek Park is indeed on the other side, that there's still people east of there that will probably be, we anticipate that the trail will be part of a future path, a robust path system in that entire area.
Let me ask you a question.
I understand that, but I guess my question is, requiring it is to be built as you've requested in transportation now, versus them putting money into a sidewalk fund for us to build it at a later date.
That is always a possibility. What we have found time and time again is that the city comes out on the short end of that stick. That if the developer who is in the best interest of doing a good job in front of their building does a good job, we all win. If we do it later, there's impact, there's typically cost overruns, there's
So you'd rather have the 8-foot multi-path
Yes, sir.
put in now during the
Yes, sir.
rezoning? Fine.
Steve, here's my only question about that. Is the 5 foot, I understand, because it needs to be standard, but do we have any idea what our long-term plan is? I don't want to require an 8-foot sidewalk if it's a 5-foot sidewalk on either side. I'm fine with a 5-foot sidewalk requiring that, but we need to make a decision which side of this road we don't need an 8-foot sidewalk or a 10-foot sidewalk on both sides.
Well, we may, in this particular area, Big Creek Parkway is a huge draw. There are a lot of people that use that park.
I know, but if I'm building a 10-foot multi-purpose trail, which is what I'd want to see on this thing, I'm going to put it on one side of the road, 5-foot sidewalk on one side, and 10-foot on the other side, not 8-foot on two sides.
The truth of the matter, Mayor, is that without the master plan that we'd asked for the bike and ped to study this stuff, we really just take opportunities like this and try to do the best we can. There's a concept to come up Martin's Landing, to go down Highway 140, Holcomb Bridge, cross at Holcomb Woods Parkway, and direct people up there. A lot of people over there will probably use that to get to the Big Creek Path.
Exactly.
We see that
They'll
as being
come up
very
Market.
feasible.
They'll come up Market and take a ride.
Yes, sir. And so, you know, which side of the road, it's hard to say, but this is an opportunity, and it's a reasonable ask for it, given its proximity to the destination of Big Creek Park.
Thank you. So you're asking for the 8-foot sidewalk?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we open it up for public hearing? This time we'll hear from the public.
I'm Diane Prindle at 10375 Amberside Court, Willow Springs, and I am here starving, and if I don't faint, I'll read this letter from our neighborhoods, but I'm representing Willow Springs, and I'm representing 13 neighborhoods and part of our East Roswell Association. If I can put them up here and you can see the ones referring to. I'm going to present a letter that these neighborhoods we got together and that we designed, but to just quickly put in context the reason that we've all sat here all night and we've waited so long is we are so appreciative of all the enhancements that are being made at Old Alabama and Holcomb Bridge, and we see this as a gateway to our part of the city, and of course the Big Creek Parkway, which we hope will come through Holcomb Woods Parkway, really is what has made us spend so much time and energy on this. So this is a brief letter, and we present it on part of all these neighborhoods, and I'll just read it quickly because I know you all need to get out of here. The following neighborhood members of the East Roswell Alliance ask that you deny the rezoning and current variance with 612 located at 1605 Old Alabama Road. Here, and we had the definition of light industrial, which I will not read because you all are very familiar with that. Neighborhood uses and their variant zonings do not support the rezoning of this parcel to light industrial, and we're also going to just say to heavy commercial. It just does not seem appropriate for land that is the gateway to this part of the city and connects to the Big Creek Parkway. It just does not seem appropriate. While mini storage may not be the community's preference for this location, we do see there is another UDC category, shop front, shop mixed use, that has mini storage as a conditional use, but unlike the others, does not have some of the things that they've already mentioned, the cell towers, and et cetera, et cetera. Although Planning Commission supported the denial of light industrial, they supported a rezoning CH heavy commercial. The East Roswell Alliance continues to support the SH shopfront mixed-use categories being the most appropriate for this location. As stated, the UDC commercial heavy is intended for the city's most intense, auto-oriented, and heavy commercial uses. This is not appropriate design for this area and will set a dangerous precedent.
Do you have an opinion as to the monument sign or no monument sign?
Well, we've seen the drawing of the building, and it's 3 stories, and it's long, and it is our feeling that a lot of advertisement is already on that building. So from our perspective, we think that it is a billboard. I don't know who mentioned billboard. Was it you? It might have been you, but it's huge, and we've seen, and it's a big sign.
You have answered my question.
Thank you.
Who else would wish to speak?
I'm Scott Long, 1055 Martin Ridge Road, and I've got basically similar comments. It's really about the zoning category. The property's right across the street, basically, from one of our signature amenities, the Big Creek Greenway. And it's also right on the future Big Creek Parkway. That's in the planning process currently. And even though it's not in a residential area, it is on a street that has many neighborhoods and thousands of residents on it. So the category is important. I don't have a specific opinion really about the use. Self-storage sounds like a reasonable use. It's a challenging piece of property. The designs look, first pass look decent. So, but the issue we have is that the current zoning, they're not allowed to build it. It's not an item, it's not a allowed use in the category. So they're requesting a new category. And there are 3 of them. I don't know if this will come up here, yeah. We've discussed them, but there are 3 categories in Roswell that allow mini storage. I think the zoning category does matter. There's been discussion that you zone it to a site plan and you have to go through a process to change it, but I just feel if, you know, we can't always predict who the owners of a property may ultimately be under certain circumstances. If there's a change in ownership, if there's they make a different decision for how they want to use the property, or if there's a financial issue. If a property changes hands with a lot of unintended uses attached to the zoning category, Roswell could find itself in a difficult position. For example, the CH use upgrades the property for cell towers to limited use, which is almost a by right type of rule in the UDC, as long as you follow, from a zoning standpoint, as long as you follow some rules. I feel like if we upgraded it to that and left those kind of things open, some of these other uses, it allows used car lots, which is not allowed in the current zoning, and a few other uses here you can see in the list: bail bonds, shooting ranges, pawn shops, check cashing. Some of these uses that don't actually require building to use them. I don't think you necessarily have to build a new building to start cashing, doing payday loans and that sort of thing. So I'm not even sure how we could limit it in that case. So on the other hand, shop front allows the use, and if this is the intention to build self-storage, landowners has requested a new category, and they've said what they want to do with it. The shop front seems to be in the best interest of the city and lets them build what they like to build. So I'd like to request that that y'all choose the SH category for the property.
Anyone else wish to speak? Public hearing is closed. Any rebuttal?
Thank you.
Property is presently zoned for some fairly intense commercial uses. We only want to build one thing. We want to build a climate-controlled warehouse, self-storage warehouse. Whatever you categorize it is up to the city council and the mayor. We need for it to be approved as a general building so that we can do it like it is. We would certainly like to not build an 8-foot sidewalk, but that's up to you. And we would like to have, if necessary, a monument sign, because it's what we designed and what it started with. Other than that, all these other things are concerns that don't exist. If you zone this condition strictly upon a climate-controlled self-storage warehouse, that's all it can be unless you change your mind later. Have at it. That's my argument.
We understand.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Rohleder? Do we have a motion? Yes, your motion.
I'm guessing that we have a necessity for someone other than Becky.
Yes.
Move to approve the application for 1605 Old Alabama Road to the site plan and a category of zoning to commercial heavy and restrictions to number, see,
Would this
conditions 1, 2, remove condition 3. Does it remove 3?
Move 3, which is the sidewalk. No requirement for a sidewalk.
Remove 3. I'm not sure I understand 4.
4 allows them to do the 8-foot path and move it around existing utility poles.
So he doesn't have to move the pole or place it in it. It'll dodge the pole. It'll.
Right.
But if he didn't have to do 3, he wouldn't have to do 4.
If he doesn't do 3, he doesn't need 4.
Okay, so 3 and 4 delete, 5 include, and
He needs 6.
needs 6.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Price. Is there a second? Fails for lack of a second. Is there another motion?
I'll try again. Move to approve the site plan for 1605 Old Alabama Road to the category SH with the conditions as presented with the exception of 3 and 4.
Is there a second? Fails for lack of a second. I'm going to call upon someone else if they wish to make a motion. Is there anyone else wishes to make a motion? Councilmember Diamond.
Well, I know what the problem is.
Yeah, well, I'm struggling with this because, I mean, you said yourself, it's a single use, and our goal here was a mix of uses. But I think we're all willing to consider this particular senior single use in this area, but, and make some accommodations to make that happen, but.
Well, what
I
I'm
have a hard
hearing,
time jumping the
Councilmember
rest.
Diamond, is that I presume that Councilmember Price's motion did not pass because of the elimination of the requirement for the sidewalk, 8-foot sidewalk. That was 3 and 4. She supported what I heard most folks were supporting with the exception of 3 and 4. Councilmember Depolito, do you wish to make a motion?
I'll take a shot at it.
Take a shot at it. Get us out of here. Shoot one of us. Give us some relief.
I move to approve RZ 201403983, and do we need the conditional variance if we go with SH?
No. For the bicycles, you do.
All right, and CV 201403985 as presented by staff with the reduction in the number of bicycle spaces and with the change of requested zoning to SH, which would be shop front.
And the rest of the conditions remain?
The rest of the conditions remain. And I also just wanted to put on the record that if in the future we change SH to allow monument signs, that this zoning doesn't preclude them from getting a monument sign in the future.
Mr. Rollader, do you have any questions regarding the conditions? Did you understand the conditions?
I'm trying to understand from Brad, did we resolve the variances question? If we did, then I'm okay.
Yes, we did.
Okay, then I'm okay.
Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Napolito.
I was just reminded that I had to permit a general building type as well. So, and conditional use of self-storage.
We'll consider those added. General building type, conditional use to allow self-storage. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Orleans. Anyone Any further discussion by council? Councilman Orleans.
Brad, one question on the signage on the building. They would be allowed on both Old Alabama and on Holcomb Woods Parkway, would they not?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Price.
I'm sorry, were the 3 variances included?
The general building was included, the elimination of bicycle parking places, a number of was included, and the conditional use for self-storage was included.
And to the extent that the conditional variances 1 and 2 are required, they are included as well, but my understanding is they're not actually needed. They're not needed.
Any other questions? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's Councilmember Orleans, Diamond, Dippolito. All opposed. Price passes 3-1.
Next item is the final plat, East Village, Holcomb Bridge Road, and Champions Green Parkway. Mr. Townsend.
This is the final plat for 62 lots of townhomes at East Village. It's on Holcomb Bridge Parkway and Champions Green Parkway. All of the requirements are
Brad,
met.
let me interrupt you for a second. Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself on this item.
Consider yourself excused. Please proceed, Brad.
This is a 62-lot townhouse development at Champions Greens Parkway and Holcomb Bridge Road in the East Village development. If you have any questions.
Does the council have any questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve the site plan by Councilmember Diamond. Is
Final
there a
plat.
second? Final plat.
Final plat.
By Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Orleans. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Price.
Did this ever come up for any discussion anywhere, like at legal or anything like that?
The preliminary plat was brought up by Planning Commission. Actually, the plat was originally thought of when the rezoning for the Target was coming through. You mean, did we talk about it during the legal meeting or anything of that
Yeah,
nature?
Has there been any discussion of this current council regarding this?
We're having discussion right now.
Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot of information about it.
Councilmember Diamond.
Didn't we, well, it was approved, didn't we do something to change the number of units or something?
Right. You came forward on a preliminary plat where you changed the unit size from the original approval. Correct. That was 8 months, 9 months ago? Yes.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience have any, anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Dippolito, you may return.
Wait, did you vote, Mr. Mayor?
Did I vote?
Or do you have to?
I didn't, no, I don't vote unless there's a tie.
Unless there's a tie.
But you're required for a quorum at the moment.
It's just for the meeting to continue. For the meeting to continue, not for the vote to be taken.
Okay.
Next item is approval of a text amendment to Chapter 5 and 9 of the Unified Development Code regarding boutique hotels. This is a second reading, Mr. Townsend.
This is to add the conditional use requirement in the...
Let me ask you a question before we go further. Can this be deferred until I've got more council members here?
Yes, you can. There isn't a requirement. It's second reading.
I'd like to defer the second reading because I'm down to 4 council members, and I know there's a difference of opinion on this among the council members. I'd like to have a more representative, at least 5, if not 6.
When did you start deferring stuff for that reason?
I believe those who object are all here.
Y'all don't have to move for the deferral, but I'm just suggesting that that on a I'd like to hear from the whole council. That'd be my recommendation.
Move to defer.
We have a motion to defer by Councilmember Price. Is there, Mr. DiPolito, I have suggested their deferral until we have,
Although the plat got approved, Jack. Rich, the plat got approved.
No, as far as I know there's a difference of opinion among council members as to the boutique hotel number, and we're short
Oh, you think you lose if it?
2.
So you have a better chance of.
Yes, Councilmember DiPolito.
I guess my thought on this is similar to how we have handled the rest of the UDC. We really don't talk about unit counts anymore. We really talk about massing and just making sure that buildings are right-sized for the location they're in. So, we almost don't even need a room count in here, but I understand we're trying to control the type. And there's just such a wide variance within the hotel industry itself as to what the definitions are. So, otherwise I'd say just take the room counts out altogether, but I think because there's not a clear definition, that helps us define it a little bit.
Right.
But whether it's 100 or 125, and there's boutique hotels that are 160 rooms. And at the end of the day, it really just depends on what the piece of property is. You could have a 10-acre piece of property and you want to put a boutique hotel on it, but you couldn't put 125 rooms. To me, that doesn't make sense. But at the same time, if you have a 1-acre property, 125 rooms is a lot.
Right.
So, but hopefully the UDC, the way it's crafted from a design standpoint, will help us define how big the hotel can be just based on the design requirements. So that's really those are my thoughts.
Well, my thought was...
So I'm fine with the 125.
It was a suggestion. Y'all can vote, but a suggestion. I'd like to have more council members here if there's no hurry to do this.
There is no hurry.
So what's the pleasure of council? A motion to either defer, pass, or deny.
I made a motion, but I'm going to withdraw it.
Withdrawing the motion to defer. All right, I need another motion.
My hands up.
We need to read it first.
My hands up.
Yes.
For a motion.
What is your motion?
I move for approval of text amendments chapters 5 and 9 of the UDC regarding boutique hotels with a maximum cap of 100 rooms.
All right. We have a second. Before we vote on that, we'll need to read it.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 and 9 of the Unified Development Code, UDC, to add as a conditional use in the categories DX and DS the use of boutique hotels 31 to 125 rooms. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment, text of which is incorporated herein, and if approved, this would be the second reading.
All right, does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? We have a motion to approve at 100 units. All in favor of the motion?
Question?
Yes, question by Councilmember Orleans.
I was just going to indicate that I agree with what Councilman DiPolito was saying, and that's the whole point of this and the idea and the concept. And I've been asking people around town what their concept of boutique hotel, and primarily thinking of it being in the historic district with the boutique flavor to it. And I think the size and scale, when you start getting over 100 rooms, it just gets out of control. It's more of a regular hotel. And yeah, maybe in certain spots outside the historic district, 125 rooms would work good. But if we leave it at that, they're going to come in and ask for that, and then we're going to have to justify in other ways or approve it with 125. And I think just the mass and scale of it would be bigger and larger than what the concept of is what a boutique hotel should be.
Any other discussion before we vote? Councilmember Diamond.
I've had a different experience in talking to people in the hotel industry and people who are interested in our area and DDA members and such, and that the 125 does seem to be the sweet spot. And that doesn't mean we have to do 125, but if somebody comes in with 110, we have to take a 4-month process to fix that. Whereas this way, we can say, no, it is conditional. You know, I'd like to have something with a special events facility. I'd like to have, I think there's a lot of components to this that are more than an arbitrary, I think, 100 rooms. I feel very strongly that 125 is where we need to be because of what all's around us and what's going on in the business.
Councilman Orleans.
Well, I mean, really, you could use that same argument no matter what the number of rooms were. Somebody could come in with 130 rooms and want to change it, even though we've passed it 125. And I agree with the special events side, and that really doesn't have anything to do with the number of rooms being 100 or 125. So I agree with you to some extent, Councilman Diamond.
All right. Any further discussion? Councilmember Price.
Well, if you look at the chart, or table 5.5.2, a hotel motel more than 30 rooms is not permitted in any of the downtown districts. So simply by defining something as a boutique hotel as opposed to a hotel motel, and there really aren't a huge number of differences, we've suddenly allowed a great deal more rooms than 30, albeit it's conditional, so we can take it up case by case. But the fact that previously anything over 30 rooms was not permitted at all in the downtown area, I think a jump from 30 to 125 is just huge. So I'm happy to support a maximum of 100 rooms.
Is any further discussion before we take a vote? All in favor of the motion to approve boutique hotel limited to 100 rooms conditional, raise their hands. All opposed? I vote with the opposed, so the motion fails to pass. Do I have another motion? Councilmember Napolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would, you know, first I just want to make a comment about the number of rooms. And we have had an arbitrary number, and this 125 is a suggestion of our economic development arm, Roswell Inc., who has had enough interest from potential hotels that they think this is important. So that's why this is in front of us today. It was introduced to us by our economic development department. So with that being said, I move for approval of the second reading.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. There is a motion by Councilmember Napolito, second by Diamond to approve the second reading at 125 rooms. Councilmember Orleans.
You know, in thinking about it, Mr. Mayor, I think I agree with you, and I think we should have more council members here. So I would like to move that we defer this, amend this motion to deferral until we have more council members.
To humor you, just to extend the night.
I think you were right.
We will take a vote. We have a motion to defer by Councilmember Orleans. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of the motion to defer? That's Orleans and Price. All opposed? Dillard, Polito, and Diamond. I vote with those who are opposed to the motion to defer.
Well, it was your thoughts. How can you vote against it? I'm doing what you wanted to do. It doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Mayor.
When's the last time politics made sense, Councilman Orleans? All right, we're back to the original motion, which was the motion to approve at 125 units. All in favor of that motion, raise their hands. That's Napolito and Diamond. All opposed? Price and Orleans. I'm going to side with those who are in favor, so it passes at 125. What else do we have on the agenda?
Nothing else from me.
Admin Finance.
Approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a one-year contract renewal with Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc. for the operations of the Roswell Municipal Court Services in the amount of $447,801, and approval of a budget amendment 10026-501-1-12-2015 in the amount of $21,096 for the additional half person. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Kay. This is the renewal that was brought up at the last council meeting. There was some discussion in regards to the pricing structure. I went back and talked with Jacobs, Chuck Button, the manager for our contract, who, by the way, has shown his commitment to the city tonight because the man is still here. So there's a lot to be said about that. I went back and talked with Chuck a bit more about the pricing in our renewal, and in looking at some efficiencies he thinks can be gained through the operations with his employees and through some improvements to our software program. They have agreed to extend the original contract pricing for another year. They're quite clear that we will be looking to rebid or reorganize this at the end of this next year and next December. So with that, they've agreed to hold the pricing as it is. So with going with a half a person for a total of 5 full-time people, and the original contract price is added together is $447,801. So that would be our recommendation for
Does the
tonight.
council have any questions? Do we have a motion?
Good question.
Question, Councilman Orland.
You know, I understand that there's been a lot of work and understanding of the overtime for prior warrants and so forth that have been out there and that people have been caught on that didn't need to be, and we haven't caught up on all that. So I also understand that and want to make sure we're not cutting it so that we're not accomplishing that in a very timely fashion, because I know there's been some overtime for dealing with that, and I don't want to see us not follow through on that. So can that still be accomplished under this current suggested contract?
It will be with the total of 5 full-time positions there, and trying to get more efficiency out of our ERP system. We've done an analysis of the Encode software, and there are some interfaces that need to be completed that aren't operating properly that we've identified and are working to get those properly working. That will help on the court side, and then having the 5 full-time people will allow us to continue to look at warrants, to go through the DDS. Chad has been handling a lot of that himself, which is a lot of the overtime.
Right,
So
that's
I think we can get there in the time that we need if we can go ahead and approve this with that half person and move forward. They're comfortable with it, and at this point I am too.
Okay, because that's my understanding. Chad's been working a lot on this separately, and just want to make sure we keep it going.
He did. He took that on personally, but I think there's some things that we can do to help that out that we've identified by looking back at the process. And I know Councilmember DiPolito had asked for that specifically, and I think there are some things we've identified that'll help.
Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
Remind me again, what was the total amount going to be before we deferred it?
That's a good question. I didn't, hang on a minute. I may actually have that.
I mean, what's the difference in a half a person
I
and a whole
don't have,
person?
it was another 3% on top of the 447.
Just under about $12,000.
About
12,000
12,000 more, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I took that memo out of the old memo out of the packet.
$11,762.66.
Okay, so it was in the region of 459 as opposed to 447?
And I'm sorry, I can get you that number, but I put the new packet, the new stuff in, and took the
Yeah.
old one out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve the contract by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Orland. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
What's left?
Next item is approval and amendment to the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances, Article 2.7, Purchasing. This is a second reading.
Please read.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2.7, Purchasing of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment. Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2.7, Purchasing of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Georgia, is hereby amended by deleting Article 2.7 in its entirety and substituting therefore a new Article 2.7 purchasing attached here to and incorporated herein by reference. And if approved, this will be the second reading.
What will the effect of this amendment be?
There are several changes. The most significant is changing the formal bid threshold, moving us from $25,000 to $75,000, changing our required advertisement period for the formal bid process to be in line with the state advertisement or a minimum of 14 days. And then looking at the professional services section, that is incorporating what our current practice is based on qualification-based selection, and it specifically calls that type of procurement out. There are other administrative type changes, but that's the majority of them. After the first reading, we went back and changed some specific wording related to professional services. There was some points made about what would come before the council and what wouldn't. So we clarified that language and provided some additional information. I'm happy to answer questions.
Does the council have any questions? Do we have a Councilmember Price?
I thought that there were a number of changes where the contract amount went up. Okay, here it is, page 8. I'm just not happy with the minimum going up as high as it did, even for small purchases and for, I guess that's under the section of, well, it's page 8 anyway in the detail.
Page 8 of the detail.
The final copy. So yeah, it was page 8. I don't want to see that go up. I don't want to see section 2.7.10. I don't want to see that change. And
so can we stop and get those as we go, please? So section 2.7.10 is small purchases. So what are you suggesting something else, or you just don't want to see it changed at all?
Leaving it alone.
So it's 10,000 now,
Correct.
currently, so you're opposed to it going to 25,000, okay?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the next one,
Going from 25 to 75, you like to see it stay at 25,000 for the informal procurement on 2.7.11?
correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to follow along, make sure that I get it. And then on 2.7.12, that's currently 25, and you'd like to see it stay there.
Correct.
Okay.
And then,
So in general, you like and I'm not speaking for you, but I'm just trying to, in light of the hour and confusing on my part, you are opposed to the thresholds changing?
correct.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to again make a suggestion that we defer this because of differences of opinion on council.
You didn't want to defer the last one?
It was.
Well, I did, and
11:30.
then council decided to make this, to argue the whole issue, and then defer at the end when they saw that they were not getting their way, so that's the difference. I'm suggesting we defer this.
Move to defer.
There's a motion to defer. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orleans. All in favor of the motion to defer? Orleans, Price, DiPolito, and Diamond.
May I ask,
Matters
defer
deferred.
until when?
Next regular meeting.
Thank you.
I was unidentified as to being the mover of the motion, but
Councilmember Price made the motion, Councilmember Orleans made the second, Councilmember DiPolito did.
and the motion was to defer it to the 9th.
Got his hand up. So, but it was unanimous on that decisive decision, and which brings us to the best. Transportation Liaison, Nancy Diamond and her wonderful department.
Yes, sir.
These boards are dedicated.
Mr. Andrew Antweiler is here to tell us about the approval for Marion or City Administrator to accept a right-of-way agreement for State Route 140 westbound through lane and streetscape project in the amount of $49,000. Mr. Antweiler.
Yes, Mayor and Council members, we have the final parcel for the westbound through lane project in front of you tonight.
Yes, Councilmember DiPolito.
Mr. Antweiler, when do we expect construction to start, assuming this is approved tonight?
We will give notice to proceed to our contractor on January 26th.
So we already have a contract negotiated?
We already
subject
had
to
our
the right-of-way?
pre-construction meeting with the contractor, yes,
Wow.
sir.
Okay, great.
Any other questions?
Did you want to defer this one too, Mr. Mayor?
No. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember DiPolito. Any public comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That's unanimous. Kay says we have a 3-minute discussion on personnel. Do we have a motion for closure? Motion for closure by Councilman DiPolito, second by Councilmember Diamond. All in favor, raise their hands. Approved unanimously. This will be very brief.